Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐼𝐻𝐬 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Midoriya hopped up and down in front of the television, his eyes wide with excitement as he watched the villains struggle against the heroes. He adored them even in their failures. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 smiled at her son while whisking flour and eggs for pancakes. She reminded him to stay away from the screen, and he obediently grabbed his coloring materials and a notebook to draw his favorite villains. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 found no reason to be disturbed by her son's fascination with villains. To her, Izuku was just a normal kid, albeit with a unique perspective. Curious, Izuku asked his mother why heroes always seemed to win. She grinned and explained that villains were bad, but they could triumph if they tried hard enough. With determination, Izuku pumped his fists in the air, declaring his ambition to become the #1 villain and make her proud. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 assured him of her unwavering support, ruffling his hair as he beamed with happiness. That afternoon, Izuku and Katsuki planned to walk in the woods. They often found themselves alone, as the other kids in the neighborhood were intimidated by them. One was a fiery boy with a penchant for explosions, and the other was a devoted fan of villains, radiating a dark aura. Katsuki suggested they fight again, eager to avenge his previous loss. Izuku, with a playful demeanor, asked if Katsuki minded if he used a concealed blade. Katsuki growled in response, calling him a villain. Their battle erupted into a loud clash, each boy honing his skills as they exchanged blows. Eventually, they collapsed onto the ground, exhausted but exhilarated, watching the clouds drift by. Katsuki declared his intention to become the #1 hero, while Izuku excitedly argued that villains were far cooler, relishing their strategic planning and execution. Katsuki countered, insisting that heroes always won and saved people with smiles. As they shared their perspectives, Katsuki playfully threatened to fight Izuku until he was defeated, to which Izuku responded with a mischievous grin, suggesting he might want to keep Katsuki half alive instead. Their banter continued, filled with friendly rivalry. Years passed, and the two entered the same junior high school. Katsuki quickly rose to the top due to his quirk and intelligence, while Izuku earned a reputation as the leader of a notorious gang, known for his sharp mind. One of his gang members suggested they should consider stealing wallets, while another jokingly mentioned girls. Izuku, sitting on the ledge of a third-floor window, expressed his disdain for such actions, flicking a knife skillfully between his fingers. Half of the gang nodded in agreement, while the other half grumbled about being led by a first-year student. With class about to start, Izuku challenged anyone to confront him. Only a newcomer named 𝐼𝐻𝐬 dared to step forward, expressing his disbelief that a kid could be their leader. Izuku, intrigued, jumped down from the ledge to face him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 boasted about their gang's disregard for rules, questioning how they could let someone like Izuku lead them. Izuku, unfazed, invited 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to show him what he could do. Izuku recognized 𝐼𝐻𝐬's arrogance and saw him as a potential nuisance rather than a true villain. As 𝐼𝐻𝐬 attacked with a mutation quirk, elongating his hands into sharp blades, Izuku effortlessly sidestepped, causing 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to lose his balance. Leaning in close, Izuku whispered that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had already lost. After releasing him, Izuku dismissed the gang, expressing his dislike for uneducated villains and encouraging them to sharpen their minds for better villainy. For the last time, he had enough of this. The blonde boy made his way upstairs, towards the only abandoned classroom in the school, anger rising within him. He didn't care if he confronted his friend for the sake of a safe school. Izuku had made those thugs even more irritating than usual. For some reason, the gang had never been caught in action, yet they broke the rules without facing any consequences. The frustration was palpable. Soon enough, he reached the room and knocked. The sounds of shuffling feet and rustling clothes were audible from the other side. He called out to Izuku, announcing his presence loudly, likely alerting some innocent students and teachers. After a moment, the door opened, revealing a disheveled boy with black hair and ash-colored eyes who looked at him defiantly. Katsuki pushed past him in irritation, stepping into the unfamiliar territory. Gang members were scattered around the room, engaged in various activities. Some were smoking, others were brawling, and a few were exchanging money and bets. Some eyed him mockingly, but he glared back with an intimidating presence. To his dismay, no one dared to confront him as he approached the open window where the familiar green-haired boy sat. Katsuki growled at Izuku, questioning his enjoyment of the situation. Izuku turned to face him, a smile on his face, and excitedly responded. However, Izuku's demeanor shifted, and he whispered something that sent a chill through Katsuki. In a moment of anger, he struck Izuku, sending him flying, only for the audience to catch him. Izuku slowly rose, a hint of crimson at the corner of his mouth, and laughed innocently, acknowledging the roughness of Katsuki's congratulations. Katsuki growled dangerously low, circling Izuku like a predator, both aware of the tension between them. Izuku grinned, claiming he had always been a villain. No matter how much they attacked, blocked, or dodged, the fight showed no signs of ending. Katsuki barked in frustration before launching another attack, despite being drenched in sweat. Izuku warned him that they had fought countless times before and knew each other's movements well. Continuing would only lead to exhaustion. For once, Katsuki had to admit his friend was right. Letting his hand rest, he sighed in defeat and turned toward the crowd of thugs, warning them to stop their foolishness. He mocked them, asserting that real villains were far more cunning than they were. Before leaving, Katsuki glanced back at his smiling friend, vowing that he would one day show Izuku the truth: heroes always win. Izuku acknowledged the challenge with a wave goodbye. Annoyed, Katsuki muttered curses under his breath as he headed home. He never anticipated that Izuku would become someone like this, a villain. But deep down, he knew they would eventually face off again. As the sun sank on the horizon, Katsuki made his way home, muttering about the stupid nerd as he kicked a pebble. With a headache, he opted for a shorter route, the one he and Izuku had taken whenever they felt out of place. Little did he know, trouble awaited him. Walking beneath a bridge, he stopped in his tracks when a green slime blocked his path. Fear gripped him, freezing him in place. The slime monster spoke in a deep voice, demanding his assistance, and Katsuki felt a surge of panic. He couldn't let fear paralyze him. He was destined to be the #1 hero. Summoning his courage, he shouted defiantly at the creature. Before he could react further, a powerful force surged through the tunnel, and the slime monster was reduced to smaller pieces, unconscious. Silence fell around him, and he finally removed his hands from his ears, realizing he was not alone. A familiar voice called out to him, asking if he was okay. Katsuki, still in shock, recognized All Might standing at the mouth of the tunnel. Confusion washed over him, and anger bubbled inside. He despised feeling weak and being saved by the #1 hero. Frustrated, he growled at All Might, insisting he was going home. The hero, taken aback by the boy's audacity, let him go with a warning to stay safe. Katsuki cringed as he made his way home, frustrated by the encounter. He couldn't believe he had frozen in front of a monster. In a fit of anger, he exploded the metal gate of his home, bending the handle without a second thought. Meanwhile, All Might sensed someone watching him and decided to confront his pursuer. On the empty rooftop of a nearby restaurant, he paused, ready for whatever might come next. But he didn't expect a little boy with green hair and eyes to jump on the railing and onto the roof. The child greeted All Might, noting how impressive his climb was and how fast he was. The hero analyzed the green-haired boy, sensing an aura that hinted at something darker beneath the surface. All Might asked if the boy was lost. Izuku pulled out a notebook labeled Book 13 of Hero Analysis for the Future and smiled at the hero, presenting the book for a signature. He expressed his excitement about being a huge fan, prompting All Might to scribble his signature with a flourish before handing the notebook back. Izuku, gripping the notebook tightly, then asked the hero about the truth behind his quirk. All Might, taken aback, stepped back in surprise. It had been years since the incident, and no one in public had uncovered the truth behind the false quirk name they had created to protect their secret. Izuku waved a finger, playfully mocking the hero. He claimed that while All Might might think he had fooled everyone, he was no fool. The #1 hero felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, realizing he needed to protect one for all at all costs. He insisted that the boy didn't need to analyze him, as he was the symbol of peace and freedom, which could not be captured or analyzed. Izuku appeared amused and interested, agreeing with the hero's statement. He then declared he was going home, as his mother didn't want him to stay out late, before waving goodbye and jumping off the building. Little did All Might know, Izuku's analysis was now complete, albeit with a few gaps. He smiled at the hero's words, finding the riddle of freedom intriguing. As he made his way down a dark alley and into the bustling streets, he sighed at the sight of happy people walking, talking, and laughing, such a view for him to disrupt. He headed toward a tailor shop to buy fabric for his villain costume, smirking as he recalled how he had taken an innocent life in a perfect manner. Ever since that day, his mother had promised him a costume and a debut for his first act. Izuku reached the alley where the perfect tailor shop was located, only to stop in his tracks when he found green slime stuck to his shoe. He complained about his shoes as he tried to remove the goo, but his foot remained stuck, and the slime began to expand. A voice from the slime expressed gratitude for being saved by the boy, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Suddenly, chaos erupted. In an instant, he was engulfed by the monster, struggling to breathe as it blocked his nose and mouth. He attempted to claw at the slime, but his fingers slipped. With a thought of how unfortunate this day had become, he drew a hidden blade from his jacket and sliced through the monster. The slime recoiled, releasing him as BLD stained his clothes. He clicked his tongue and waved a finger, criticizing the monster's weak method of suffocation. He questioned whether it was even a true villain. The monster, furious, declared it wouldn't give up easily. A pillar of green slime lunged at Izuku again, but he was already aware of the monster's weakness. He swiftly turned the blade against the incoming slime and dashed forward, slicing through the pillar with precision. He aimed the blade at the monster's right eye, causing it to wail in pain and struggle to escape. Izuku warned the creature not to move, and it complied, transforming into a kneeling human figure. The green man growled at him, still with the blade lodged in his eye. Izuku proudly stated that he was a villain too, albeit one with passion. As the man began to speak, Izuku twisted the blade, eliciting another scream. He revealed he had a plan in mind and wanted the monster's help. He threatened to kill it if it refused, but promised to let it live if it agreed, even allowing it a chance to fight back. The slime laughed, accepting the risk. Meanwhile, All Might realized he had lost track of the villain. He began searching the town in his normal form, but found no trace. Soon, an explosion echoed from a nearby alley. He rushed toward the chaos, where screams filled the air and reporters scrambled to capture the scene. There were no heroes around except for him. He spotted the same green slime monster attempting to suffocate the green-haired boy who had stalked him earlier. The boy was struggling, while the monster laughed, revealing it had only one eye. The slime taunted the heroes, challenging them. One by one, heroes began to gather, and reporters set up their cameras nearby, capturing the unfolding drama. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 tried to shield civilians with tree branches while another hero worked to extinguish a fire threatening to engulf the alley. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 urged everyone to stay back as he parried the slime's attacks, feeling the weight of the situation. The fanboy struggled against the monster's grip, tears streaming down his face as he fought to escape. All Might felt helpless, knowing his limits had been reached. He glanced around, aware that other heroes could handle the slime creature, but his heart ached for the boy. Just as All Might prepared to transform, something astonishing occurred. The boy broke free, wielding a blade that glistened ominously. He dropped the weapon and collapsed, BLD staining his clothes and tears mingling with the remnants of his pain. Behind him, buildings burned, and the monster attempted to flee. All Might pointed urgently, directing the nearby firemen to assist the boy. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 quickly contained the slime creature within a makeshift cage of branches. Reporters rushed toward the boy, but he pushed away the hero's help and stood on his own, surrounded by flashing cameras. He declared that the heroes were useless, questioning how they could tolerate those who only took from the community without giving anything back. His words stunned everyone present, even All Might, who felt a chill at the boy's intensity. Wiping his tears, the boy insisted he could defend himself and didn't need heroes who had failed him. He then collapsed again, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. A voice from the crowd urged others to help him, and many joined in the call. All Might shook off his shock and watched as the boy was carried away on a stretcher. He realized that this boy had sparked a significant media reaction against the heroes. The number one hero noted the dark aura the boy had emitted during their first encounter and the way he spoke about heroes, along with the weapon he had wielded. All Might concluded that the boy was dangerous and resolved to visit him in the hospital. Izuku woke up, his head throbbing with pain, but a smile crept onto his face when he saw his mother asleep in a chair, holding his arm. The smile morphed into a grin as he reveled in the success of his plan. Despite his injuries, he felt exhilarated, knowing that the heroes would soon face some chaos. He shook his mother awake. As 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽's eyes fluttered open, relief washed over her when she saw Izuku awake. She hugged him tightly, expressing her 𝗟𝗃. Just then, a knock interrupted their moment. A familiar voice called out, one that Izuku found annoying. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 invited the visitor in. A slender man entered, his baggy formal uniform hanging loosely on his frame. He expressed surprise at seeing Izuku awake. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 gestured for All Might to sit in the empty chair beside her, which was meant for Izuku's father, who was absent. Izuku glared at the hero, his eyes filled with disdain, and declared that he didn't need any more company. All Might felt a twinge of disrespect but maintained his composure. He explained that he was there to talk to Izuku, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 quietly left the room, leaving an uncomfortable silence in her wake. After a moment, Izuku broke the silence, asking what All Might wanted to discuss. He winced as he attempted to sit up, and when All Might reached out to help, Izuku brushed his hand away. All Might informed him that he had recommended him for you. The word struck Izuku like a blow, and he laughed in disbelief. All Might noticed the shift in the boy's demeanor and thought about the underlying issues he was facing. Izuku smirked, his mind racing with various plans, and agreed to give it a shot, though he warned that All Might regret it. All Might sighed and handed Izuku an envelope, explaining that he wouldn't need to attend the entrance exam due to his unique situation. Izuku's expression darkened, and he questioned whether All Might was implying he was weak for being quirkless. The hero hesitated, trying to navigate the conversation carefully. Izuku leaned closer, his voice low and intense. He expressed his pride in being quirkless and challenged the notion that he was weak. His anger simmered beneath the surface as he criticized heroes for relying solely on their quirks, pointing out the flaws in their perceived superiority. He argued that villains often had stories and pasts that shaped their actions, suggesting that if heroes didn't exist, perhaps villains wouldn't either. All Might found himself grappling with the boy's mature perspective, struggling to comprehend how someone so young could possess such depth of thought. Izuku pulled away, wiping blood from his hospital gown, and told All Might to leave, promising to keep the hero's transformation a secret. He declared that no matter what, he would not change. All Might stood up, acknowledging that Izuku had serious issues to address, and left the room. Izuku stared at the crumpled envelope in his hand, contemplating whether 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was truly foolish enough to let him in. Despite his mixed feelings of anger and satisfaction, a new plan began to form in his mind. Just then, a familiar voice called out from the doorway, startling him. He adjusted his eyes to look at his blonde friend with his usual angry expression. It was laughable that Katsuki had been captured by a slime monster. He walked toward the green-haired boy with a swagger, ready to confront him. Izuku laughed, explaining that it was all part of a plan, his wonderful main plan. Katsuki attempted to grab the villain by the head, but Izuku dodged effortlessly. Frustrated, Katsuki shouted at him, questioning if he was even injured. Izuku calmly reminded him of his high pain tolerance, which Katsuki seemed to have forgotten. Katsuki 𝗟𝗃 and moved to stand behind the villain, muttering dismissively. Izuku chuckled softly, confident in his resilience. He told Katsuki to wait for him to eliminate All Might, and then he could be the number one hero. Izuku raced to the tops of the buildings, leaping from one rooftop to another, his eyes fixed on a businessman below. It had been a month since the invitation, and he was relieved to be out of the hospital, especially since All Might had not bothered him since. He jumped off the ledge, landing gracefully on his feet, a smirk on his lips. The businessman cried out for mercy, a blade protruding from his eye. Izuku approached the man, holding another blade in hand, standing over him as he crawled away in a desperate attempt to escape. He questioned the meaning of mercy before pushing the blade deeper, eliciting a scream and a gurgle from the man. Izuku sighed, looking down at his villain outfit, BLD staining his breathes and socks. He muttered to himself about the mess before retrieving the bloody blade and leaving the scene, climbing to the nearest rooftop. Upon reaching the top, he spotted a man dressed in a black jacket and jeans, a hand obscuring his face like a mask. The man acknowledged Izuku's success in taking their target but expressed surprise at the interference in their mission. Izuku's eyes sparkled with delight as he recognized the blue-haired man. He approached him slowly, excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed his admiration for Tomura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. Tomura was taken aback by the unexpected admiration. He allowed Izuku to hug him for a brief moment before pushing him away, bewildered by the sudden affection. Izuku stumbled back but quickly regained his composure, expressing his admiration for Tomura's quirk and leadership. The words struck a chord with Tomura, but he couldn't show weakness. He reminded Izuku that he had ruined his mission and questioned whether he would let it slide. Izuku shrugged, playfully suggesting that he had helped Tomura instead. Amusement flickered in Tomura's eyes as he asked for Izuku's name. When Izuku introduced himself, Tomura found him amusing and noted that he hadn't met anyone quite like him before. He suggested that Izuku could be entertaining for him and his teacher, before spreading his arms as if ready for another hug. He decided to let Izuku go this time, adding that he would be watching him. Izuku beamed with gratitude, thanking Mr. Shigaraki before the villain vanished into thin air. The fanboy laughed, declaring it a wonderful day. Meanwhile, a vigilante leaned against a cold wall, thick BLD trickling down from a wound on his arm. He cursed the fake heroes under his breath as he tended to his injury with a bandage pulled from his head wrap. Suddenly, he heard a voice from deeper in the alley, commenting on the trouble of dealing with lowly heroes. The vigilante prepared to run but felt a blade poised at his back. He turned to see a boy with green hair and eyes, holding a blade aimed at him while dragging a lifeless body. The boy, dressed in a BLD-stained suit, asked what a vigilante was doing in such a place. The vigilante questioned the boy's interest, but the green-haired kid smiled, noting his exhaustion from dealing with heroes for years. The vigilante growled, demanding to know how the boy had such knowledge. The boy shrugged, claiming to have eyes and ears everywhere. When asked for his name, he introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, a villain fanboy and the future #1 villain. The vigilante froze, recognizing the danger in the boy's passion. Just as he prepared to attack, Izuku threw the lifeless body at him, causing him to stumble. Izuku cheerfully bid him farewell before disappearing. Izuku laughed as he reached home, where his mother greeted him with a warm smile and a bowl of katsudon on the dining table. He thanked her before rushing to change, then returned to the kitchen to enjoy his favorite meal. Today was the best, he declared, happily slurping his food. Katsuki had done well on the entrance exams, though he still placed second. After cursing an unbelievable amount of rainbows, he returned home in a foul mood. However, his spirits lifted slightly when he spotted his childhood friend sitting on the couch, casually enjoying some cookies. His green eyes brightened at the sight of Katsuki. He greeted him with a smile, acknowledging the long time since they last met. Katsuki tossed his bag onto the other couch and headed to the kitchen for some snacks. He growled while pouring a glass of milk, expressing his frustration about the chaos surrounding them. Izuku laughed, knowing Katsuki would notice such things, and playfully questioned why he hadn't turned him in. Katsuki exploded with anger, recounting how he had tried to report Izuku, only to be dismissed by the police. The smile on Izuku's face widened at the thought of their shared frustrations. Katsuki returned to the living room, slamming his glass down on the table and demanding to know why Izuku was in his house. Izuku shrugged and tossed a pack of cookies to Katsuki, who instinctively caught it. He casually mentioned that he had picked the locks and made himself at home, wanting to congratulate Katsuki on his entrance exam results. Katsuki scoffed at the mention of second place, blaming a rival for his frustrations, and explosions sparked in his hands, prompting Izuku to cover his ears. Izuku reassured him that at least he had passed the exams, revealing that he would be attending you through recommendations. Katsuki's expression was priceless as he reacted in disbelief, demanding to know who had recommended a villain like Izuku for the school. Izuku smirked, teasing Katsuki with the answer. Katsuki felt a mix of frustration and concern, knowing that they were evenly matched in their confrontations. He cursed under his breath, feeling the weight of the situation. The thought of Izuku attending you stirred a sense of unease within him. As he took deep breaths to calm himself, he reminded himself that he needed to focus on training harder. Izuku found his home inviting, especially after his recent encounter with a pro hero. He longed to see his mother's smile and enjoy her cooking. Upon entering, he was surprised to hear another voice besides his mother's. His mother expressed her astonishment at the news of Izuku entering you, while another voice, groggy and lazy, questioned why Izuku hadn't shown the necessary papers. That was Izuku's cue to make his presence known. He announced his arrival before removing his shoes and entering the kitchen, where he found his mother with 𝐒𝐻𝐬. Izuku felt a mix of surprise and admiration at the sight of the sleep-deprived hero, who was one of his role models. If only 𝐒𝐻𝐬 were a villain, then taking down All Might wouldn't seem so far-fetched. He greeted 𝐒𝐻𝐬 with a smile, though the hero's stern demeanor made him uneasy. Izuku sensed the hero's disapproval of his intentions and decided to retreat to his room, trying to hide the villainous outfit in his bag. He didn't want to reveal that side of himself just yet. His mother's concerned voice called out to him, urging him not to act that way. After stashing his bag under the bed, he returned downstairs. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 insisted that his intentions were important and should not be dismissed. All Might had warned him about Izuku, but he wasn't prepared for a disrespectful kid with a powerful aura. Izuku sat across from them at the table, trying to feel comfortable despite the hero's presence. He apologized to his mother for not informing her sooner, feeling a pang of guilt. He assumed 𝐒𝐻𝐬 had already explained the situation. His mother nodded, placing a bowl of dinner in front of them. The hero attempted to politely decline but was met with the undeniable call of hunger. As they ate, Izuku's calculating gaze remained fixed on 𝐒𝐻𝐬. He mentioned that he would send the papers the next day and confirmed that he had accepted the offer to attend you. He expressed his yearning for power, comparing it to the hero's hunger for food. The delicious dinner seemed to sit uneasily in 𝐒𝐻𝐬's stomach. Izuku stared at his new gray uniform hanging in his drawer. He felt a wave of disgust as he tried it on for measurements, realizing it made him feel sluggish. He shook his head, steeling himself to adjust to the uniform he would wear for the next year. His mother called out that dinner was ready, prompting him to change into the uniform. He felt a sense of discomfort, as if it didn't suit him, and ultimately decided to discard it in favor of his usual villain attire. After dinner, he began arranging his hidden weapons under his new clothes. The thought of actually entering you brought a smile to Izuku's face. Destroying the future heroes, shattering the hope of the people, and ultimately bringing despair. Soon, very soon, he would eliminate All Might. His devilish plan sent shivers down his spine. Little did he know, he was already standing in front of a giant gate leading to a grand building known as 𝐒𝐻𝐬. His smile did not falter. Instead, it slowly morphed into a grin. Such an appealing place, how disappointing that it would soon be reduced to ashes. Izuku was greeted by a familiar voice that boomed behind him. He turned around and casually waved. "Morning, 𝐾𝐞𝐭, isn't it a lovely day?" he thought, his grin shifting to a smirk. The blonde sneered, declaring that it was the worst day ever. He growled and aimed an explosion at the fanboy's face, only to miss as usual. Izuku clicked his tongue and wagged a finger at Katsuki's face. "𝐾𝐞𝐭, you trained hard, but that's not enough. We will always be on par with each other," he thought as the blonde sked and confidently strode toward the gates of 𝐒𝐻𝐬. The fanboy shrugged and followed him in, his ID clipped to his black tuxedo. He scanned the area, eyes darting from student to student, analyzing and calculating. Out of the 100 students surrounding him, he had already predicted half of their abilities. Students eyed him with curiosity, mockery, and disgust, as if he cared in any way. When he glared at them, they turned away, not daring to look back. Were they really the future heroes? Izuku almost laughed upon spotting a hero with round violet hair, standing at half his height. He approached the small boy and playfully tugged at one of those grape-like strands. "Sticky," he noted. The violet-haired boy exclaimed in surprise, backing away slowly, feeling intimidated. The villain squished the sticky violet ball under his hand, dismissing it as a useless quirk. He turned to the smaller boy, asking what course he was in, trying to maintain a friendly demeanor. Another round of violet hair sprouted from where he had pulled it. The boy proudly declared he was in the hero course, thumping his chest twice, which amused Izuku. How shocking, he thought, grinning at the fact that someone like him had passed the entrance exam. "Indeed, I am," the boy continued, asking why Izuku wasn't in his school uniform. Izuku poked the violet ball with his other hand, explaining that it was uncomfortable. The smaller boy introduced himself as Minoru Mineta and extended his hand for a handshake. Izuku fiddled with the sticky thing for a moment before Minoru asked if he could help. Izuku shook his head, saying he had it under control. He tossed the sticky ball into the air, and it exploded like a tar bomb. Minoru stared in shock, never realizing his quirk could explode like that, nor had he met someone who could escape his quirk so easily. He gazed at the smiling green-haired boy in front of him, dressed in a black tuxedo. Who was he, and what was his quirk? The way Izuku looked at him sent shivers down his spine. They didn't want to be late, so Minoru suggested. They head to class, eager to escape the uneasy feeling in his stomach. But Izuku only laughed, saying they were classmates anyway. What a lovely day it was. Katsuki sat at his desk, propping his feet up on the table. He muttered under his breath, calling Izuku a nerd and questioning who he thought he was. Just then, the door opened, revealing a bored 𝐼𝐻𝐻. Katsuki growled and turned his gaze to the window, wondering why they had allowed Izuku in, especially after he had trampled on their dignity months ago, claiming that heroes were useless. A manly voice interrupted his thoughts, asking him to put his feet down, as tables were meant for writing. Annoyed, Katsuki turned to glare at the speaker, a tall figure with square glasses, blue hair, and a robotic demeanor. He snapped back, telling the man not to bother him. The rule enforcer insisted he wouldn't bother Katsuki if he placed his feet down. Katsuki retorted that it was his table, and he would do as he pleased. The door opened again, and a familiar dark aura entered, Izuku Midoriya. The room fell silent, even Katsuki turned to look at his childhood friend. Behind him stood a smaller boy with violet hair and eraser head. The teacher announced for everyone to sit down, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. The students obeyed, respecting the powerful hero in front of them. Shoyuta Aizawa introduced himself as their homeroom teacher, writing his name on the board. Students whispered among themselves. He continued, revealing that he was accompanied by someone they hadn't met during the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya. He stepped forward, clearing his throat and straightening his black suit. Izuku announced that he had entered through recommendations and was quirkless. The shocked expressions on everyone's faces, except for Katsuki's, were priceless and amusing. Gasps filled the room as hands shot up, eager to ask questions. A playful smirk settled on Izuku's lips as his eyes darted to the 5 strongest students in the classroom. The class whispered, their eyes fixed on Izuku. He didn't mind, or rather, he didn't care. Soon, however, the attention shifted back to the teacher as he explained the physical test they would be undertaking, stating that the student with the lowest score would be expelled. A spiky red-haired student raised his hand, questioning if it was unfair for Izuku to participate without a quirk. Others nodded in agreement. Izuku leaned back, relaxed. They might think they were saving him from expulsion, but he felt pity, which he didn't want from anyone. He was clever enough to handle himself. Shoyuta cleared his throat, stating that Izuku could join if he wanted, but his scores would not affect anything. Essentially, he was just a guest at the school. The word struck Izuku hard. He shrugged and declared that he would join them, eager to see why they were considered the so-called future heroes, challenging them to impress him. The classroom buzzed with sincerity, pumped up to prove themselves against the quirkless newcomer. 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 growled, slamming his fist on the table, turning to glare at Izuku, who sat behind him. He glared at the villain, his red eyes burning with intensity. The villain, clearly unfazed, looked at the eager future heroes and accepted the challenge. He smirked, noting their naivety, and commented on their strength, suggesting that some were even more powerful than him and 𝐾𝐶𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬. 𝐾𝐶𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 attempted another punch, enhanced with a small explosion, but it was blocked effortlessly by the villain's gloved hand. He muttered a reminder that they were in class, wagging a finger in disapproval. However, the villain was undeterred, retaliating with a series of small but impactful explosions that rocked the hero's glove. Only a few students noticed the escalating tension between them. Izuku clenched his fist tightly, a hidden blade slipping out from his sleeve. Pain shot through his fingers, but he masked it well. He shot a glare at the villain, a smirk creeping onto his face, while the villain returned the sentiment with a mocking grin. The villain's gloves became stained as he demanded an end to the banter. Their teacher, eyes gleaming with authority, directed his attention to 𝐾𝐶𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬, his long black hair billowing as he moved. He swiftly erased 𝐾𝐶𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬's quirk, forcing him to retreat. Izuku, now free from the tension, tucked the blade back into the safety of his sleeve. 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬's fingers bore the marks of their confrontation, grazed from the hidden weapon. The class watched in silence, confusion etched on their faces. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, the teacher, felt at a loss, especially regarding Izuku. All Might had warned him about the boy's potential for trouble, and now, witnessing Izuku's calculating demeanor and the way he had caused 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 harm, he began to fear the worst. He confronted Izuku, his voice firm and demanding to know what he was up to. Izuku turned away, wiping the BLD from his handkerchief as he faced the blackboard, while 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 shrugged off the confrontation, trying to play it cool. He removed his BLD-stained glove, cleaning his palm without flinching. Izuku suggested they ask the others, betting they had seen who made the first move. Only one student spoke up, confirming that 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 had indeed initiated the conflict. The villain chimed in with a sly remark, causing a ripple of confusion among the classmates. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Determined to shift the focus, he proposed they start the physical test, attempting to rally the students' spirits. Those who had missed the earlier scene cheered, while others remained wary of Izuku, unsure of how to react to their unusual classmate. After changing into their outfits, Class A gathered outside. Izuku, opting for a simple white long-sleeved shirt and slacks, stood apart, his left hand bandaged. He observed the others as they prepared for their tests, taking mental notes and analyzing their movements. He watched Shuto, Katsuki, Fumikage, Tenya, and Ichiro, noting the strengths and weaknesses of each. His gaze lingered on Fumikage from a distance, then shifted to Minoru, who was struggling with push-ups. He contemplated who would be his first target. Lost in thought, he didn't notice 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 approaching. The blonde expressed his longing to avoid trouble this time, despite their earlier altercation. He glanced at his bandaged fingers, frustration evident in his tone. Izuku replied with a smirk, suggesting that 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 was like a bomb waiting to go off. As Mr. Aizawa began calling students for the physical test, Izuku shrugged off the tension, stating that he preferred not to trust anyone, as curiosity often led to trouble. He walked away, leaving 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 with yet another puzzle to solve. 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬's frustration boiled over as he watched Izuku finish last in the test. Whispers of suspicion began to circulate among their classmates, with one girl mentioning that Izuku had referred to himself as a villain. Others expressed their unease, feeling a chill whenever Izuku was near. 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 wanted to shout at them to stop, but he also questioned whether Izuku was playing a deeper game. He shook his head, trying to ignore the chatter. A blue-haired student suggested they address Izuku directly instead of gossiping, which made 𝐾𝐶𝐭o𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 cringe at the overly righteous attitude. Izuku reached the finish line, breathing and drenched in sweat. A girl with green hair offered him a towel and a bottle of water, surprising him with her kindness. He accepted the items gratefully, wiping his face and flashing a smile, leaving her stunned by his unexpected reaction. For her, the boy appeared normal or even innocent. Sticking out her tongue, she approached her new friends, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she expressed her thoughts about him being friendly enough. The girls exchanged glances, and one of them voiced her discomfort with the idea of stalking. Another suggested they should probably ask him directly. Hyuka, however, felt uneasy and warned them to be cautious, her instincts urging her to stay away. Ochako, ever the optimist, dismissed the concern, believing that someone who was quirkless and cute couldn't possibly harm anyone, though a flicker of doubt lingered within her. Izuku finished his drink, surveying the scene around him and feeling satisfied with his plan's progress. Almost everyone seemed curious or at least interested in him. It was a small scene with a significant impact, and he relished the attention. He just needed one person to bite, and if luck was on his side, it would be a big catch. The physical exam concluded, leaving Izuku with the lowest score, but as a guest, he remained unaffected by the outcome. In contrast, Minoru Mayonetta was in tears, having received the lowest score among the actual students. Shoyuda, their teacher, remarked on the situation, indicating that it was clear who would be leaving. Minoru pleaded for another chance, admitting his weakness as he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Shoyuda explained that was not a place for those who were unworthy, shaking his head slightly as he questioned Minoru's worthiness to be a student at the top hero academy in Japan. He expressed concern for Minoru's future, suggesting that it would be better for him not to continue. The field was filled with a heavy silence, and Izuku felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the sight of Mayonnetta's despair. He knew that intervening would slightly alter his plan, but he couldn't bear to watch the scene unfold. Suddenly, the fanboy interrupted, stepping into the spotlight and questioning the fairness of Mayonnetta's expulsion. Shoyuda sighed, explaining that it was the school's rule and that he had been enforcing it for years. Izuku approached Mayonetta, urging him to stand up and leave with dignity, insisting that the academy wasn't worth his tears. Minoru, shaking but determined, wiped his eyes and let out a dry laugh, reflecting on the irony of his situation. He turned to gather his belongings, feeling a mix of bitterness and resignation as he thanked no one for his experience. The farewell was brief, with Mayonetta walking out of the gates without looking back. Class 1A stood in silence, confusion swirling around Izuku's actions. Was he a villain or just a misunderstood citizen? They found themselves questioning their assumptions. Mr. Aizawa shot Izuku a surprised look, which he met with a nonchalant shrug. He turned to the shadow of the main building where All Might stood, observing the scene. The blonde hero expressed hope that Mayonetta would understand the situation. Shoyuda sighed, commenting on Izuku's unpredictable behavior, noting how he had shifted from villainous actions to heroic deeds. Yagi agreed, stating that he would keep an eye on Izuku, especially since their sponsors had decreased significantly due to a past incident involving him. To his surprise, Izuku was looking back at him with a smile. Minoru had never felt so defeated in his life. He had always known he was weak, and his quirk felt useless. Bullied in the past, he sought distractions online, but now all his hard work seemed wasted. Being expelled on the first day was not just embarrassing, it was crushing. As he walked home, he was suddenly stopped by a figure. The person, covered in white bandages, asked if he was Minoru Mayonetta. With a cautious nod, Minoru inquired about the stranger's intentions. The bandaged individual pointed at Minoru's uniform, acknowledging his expulsion and suggesting that life was unfair. Minoru agreed, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the stranger's words. The bandaged figure continued, speaking about pro-heroes who often appeared superior while harboring flaws. He mentioned 𝐼𝐸, describing her as a once great hero who had become complacent since achieving fame. This revelation deepened Minoru's despair, realizing that his idol was not the hero he had imagined. For a moment he felt a flicker of resentment towards pro-heroes. The bandaged figure then proposed that Minoru join their cause, suggesting that his quirk could be useful. Minoru's ears perked up at the unexpected compliment. A spark of hope ignited within him as he asked how he could get involved. The bandaged figure smiled, hinting at a meeting with their leader. It had been a week since the first day of school, and news of All Might teaching at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭 had spread throughout the city. Izuku knew that the League would soon make their move, and whether they were allies or enemies, he was determined not to back down. Timing was crucial, and he was ready to act. On this Saturday, Izuku was on the lookout for another sponsor for the heroes but found himself unlucky as his target was surrounded by 2 heroes. But it was a risk-it-or-leave-it situation since his target was from America, and he didn't know how long he would be staying in Japan. Jumping down from the ledge, he aimed the blade at the hero's head as he fell. The impact was swift and decisive, and the hero staggered back, blood splattering. One of the other heroes pointed out the fanboy's nickname. The fanboy, with a smile on his face, dismissed the name, calling it uncreative. He admitted, however, that it somewhat suited him. He threw the blade with incredible speed, aiming for the hero's gut, but it was blocked by the hero's quirk, which transformed his arm into a sturdy shield. The blade clattered harmlessly to the ground. The fanboy moved closer, explaining that his initial target was meant to be the first casualty, which was the only reason the hero was still alive. With a flick of his wrist, the blade returned to his hand. The hero, realizing the fanboy's quirk involved metal, shouted in alarm. The fanboy clicked his tongue and wagged a finger, denying the accusation. He threw the blade again, embedding it in the pavement behind the 2. The hero charged forward, shield raised, shouting about justice. The fanboy sidestepped the charge, and in a sudden moment, the hero felt a sharp pain as he lost his footing. He howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. The fanboy aimed the blade at the cowering sponsor, revealing that he was quirkless and that his true power lay in the blades he had crafted. A nearly invisible wire connected the blades, which had severed the hero's legs. The fanboy frowned, noting that his target was being clever by staying still, as those who panicked often ended up in trouble. Just then, a metal bat flew out of nowhere, striking the sponsor in the face. The gun the sponsor held flew upward, hitting the wall before landing on the floor as the body slumped, unconscious. The fanboy looked around, a smile on his face, and called out to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who emerged from the shadows. They dragged the unconscious body to a nearby dumpster. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 nodded and pulled out his phone, saying he would call Kana to take care of things. The fanboy reminded 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to address him properly, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 rolled his eyes, acknowledging him as boss. With a flick of his wrist, the blade returned to his hand, narrowly missing 𝐼𝐻𝐬's eye. He dashed towards the rooftop, leaving his companion behind. Found the nearest manhole and slipped inside, climbing down the rusty metal stairs and heading toward a familiar place. He stopped when he reached the secret passage, a smirk on his face. It had been a month since his last visit, and he couldn't help but smile. By pressing a certain stone, the wall slowly sank into the earth, revealing a handleless metal door leading to his second home. After slipping inside, the wall sealed itself behind him. He waved at the camera above the door, and a groggy voice greeted him through the speakers. He asked about the troop, and the voice informed him that newcomers were waiting for him. A grin spread across his face as he finally stepped into his base. "Home sweet home," he mumbled, walking toward the open area. The space was large enough for his young villains to gather and train. It resembled a vast cave, with the center the size of a football field and various rooms along the sides. Entrances and exits were plentiful, one even leading to the main police building. As he walked among the busy villains who were training and brawling, they straightened up and silenced when they saw him, parting to let him through. Although he might not be as strong as the others, he was the head of the group and no one wanted to face his wrath. When he reached the end of the room, where a wide staircase led to a set of black mahogany double doors, he turned to face the crowd. He told them not to mind him and to continue their activities, not wanting to spoil their fun. Some of the younger villains complained about the lack of excitement in training, questioning the purpose of joining if they couldn't inflict harm. Their voices mixed in his head, and he found them annoying. He despised those who thought being a villain was about showing off and seeking attention. He proposed a fight, and the newcomers perked up, eager to challenge him. The original members watched silently, as they were the ones he had personally chosen. Most of the villains in the cave were younger than him, kids abandoned by heroes who had banded together. Each had a story to tell, though some were older. One boy stepped up the stairs, sneering and swinging his sharpened nails at the fanboy. The fanboy dodged the attacks, smiling as he recognized the boy's quirk. He pulled out his blade and swiftly incapacitated the boy, reminding him that he could also extend those nails. The kid stumbled and fell, landing on the stairs as he struggled to regain his balance. BLD trickled down, a sign of his misfortune. Another figure emerged, cigarette in hand, demanding to know who dared to harm him. The fanboy wrinkled his nose in distaste at the smoke, commenting on the early hour of the habit. The girl, annoyed, crushed the cigarette underfoot and questioned whether he cared. Seriousness crept into his voice as he asked her why she had joined them. She scoffed, revealing that the injured boy was her boyfriend, expressing her frustration at their actions. The fanboy reflected on his past, recalling a bank heist where he had taken money and caused chaos, dismissing those who sought villainy merely for profit as lowly targets. He preferred those who thrived on fear and destruction. A sudden gust of wind knocked Izuku off his feet, sending him tumbling upstairs. He laughed as he sat up, a trickle of BLD marking his face. He analyzed the girl's quirk, noting its limitations and her lack of training. In a swift motion, he launched a blade towards her, but she was caught off guard by another blade that struck her side. He pointed out her weaknesses, emphasizing the need for improvement. With a commanding presence, he addressed the young villains watching, encouraging them to continue their training. He promised that with more effort, they would soon enjoy the thrill of their newfound power. Minoru looked around the dusty office, feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity. A large banner of an eye hung behind a black chair, hinting at the mysterious owner. When the door creaked open, he froze, cold sweat forming on his forehead. A familiar voice greeted him as Izuku stepped into view, his green hair and intense aura unmistakable. Minoru was taken aback, realizing that Izuku had been a villain all along. The pieces fell into place: the clothes, the demeanor, the calculating gaze. Izuku welcomed him warmly and apologized for the dust, explaining his absence. Minoru felt out of his depth but was determined to prove his worth. As they spoke, Izuku encouraged him to relax, assuring him that he was safe. He reminded Minoru of their first encounter, when Izuku had helped him understand his quirk. The memory flooded back, and Minoru felt a mix of embarrassment and realization. Izuku reassured him that he had potential, suggesting that if he joined their cause, he could unlock his true abilities. Minoru pondered the idea, feeling a sense of validation he had never experienced before. He had always seen himself as worthless, but the thought of being useful sparked something within him. With determination, he declared his intention to join Izuku, no matter the path they would take together. Izuku's response was one of genuine happiness, assuring Minoru that he wouldn't regret his decision. Weeks passed, and Minoru was astonished by the growth of his powers. Meanwhile, Katsuki made his way to 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Noticing the reporters gathering at the gates, interviewing students about recent events. He was irritated but kept his head high, trying to ignore the attention. When he bumped into Izuku, he felt a mix of emotions. The reporters recognized Izuku from the villain incident, and Katsuki's annoyance grew as he entered the school, feeling the weight of their past friendship and the distance that had formed between them. Homeroom dragged on, and Katsuki couldn't shake the feeling that 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had been glaring at Izuku for weeks, a tension that hung in the air. Taking watch all the time, no one noticed except for the victim himself. Izuku smiled as if he had won the lottery, while everyone around him felt anxious. The truth was he had indeed hit the jackpot. The big fish was lured, and all he needed to do was pull the rod. In this class, no one knew about his villainous intentions except for Katsuki and probably some of the teachers. The other students had their doubts, which was enough to keep them at a distance from him. When lunch came around, Izuku was left alone in the classroom. He heard the door open and a groggy voice commented on his solitude. A boy leaned against the door, holding a white envelope with a red wax seal. He mentioned it was a letter from 𝐿_1. Izuku took the letter, flicking his wrist to reveal a hidden blade. He warned the boy not to start anything involving the League, especially with 𝐿_1 still by their side. The fanboy chuckled as he cut the seal from below, assuring his companion that he knew what he was doing. His eyes then darted back to the door, where curious gazes peeked through. He mentioned they first needed to deal with 𝐿𝐬's son. 𝗫𝐮𝐲 had been working under Izuku for almost 3 years, ever since they met. He was one of the 6 leaders of their group, serving as Midoriya's right hand. Though he had never met the other 2 leaders, he didn't mind. No one questioned Izuku. Once a troubled, bullied boy who couldn't stand up for himself, 𝗫𝐮𝐲 had found strength through Izuku. He had given him a new chance to prove himself and to embrace his darker side. Shudo Todoroki, the big fish, was the target. Izuku nodded, his eyes focused on the half-and-half boy as he played with the opened envelope. Shudo entered the classroom as if nothing was amiss, acknowledging Izuku's notoriety with calmness. He remarked on how impressive it was that someone his age had become one of Japan's most wanted criminals. Izuku feigned surprise, bowing slightly and acknowledging the compliment while steering the conversation back to their true topic. As Shudo attempted to approach him, 𝗫𝐮𝐲 blocked his path, warning that Izuku would never get away with his crimes. Ice began to form beneath Shudo's feet as he prepared to confront the villain. Izuku smirked, taunting Shudo about his past and the reason he never used his left side. Ice filled the room, immobilizing 𝗫𝐮𝐲, but Izuku was ready. He leaped to avoid being trapped, landing on an ice-coated desk with ease. Shudo glared, demanding that Izuku not speak of his past. Izuku smiled, suggesting that their pasts were equally miserable. As Ice shot toward him, he dodged and reminded Shudo of their first meeting when he had invited him to join their cause. He urged Shudo not to waste another chance for freedom, which fueled the hero's anger. In a surge of emotion, Shudo unleashed his powers, and chaos erupted. The bell rang, echoing through the building as students began to panic. Izuku found himself pinned against a wall of ice, spears of ice piercing his sides. Despite the pain, he managed to laugh, suggesting he was meant to be a villain all along. With that, his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness. 𝗫𝐮𝐲 gritted his teeth, calling for help as he struggled to free himself from the ice. Shudo stood frozen, grappling with his emotions. He realized he had crossed a line, and the weight of his actions pressed down on him. Memories of the past flooded his mind, the smell of burned skin, and haunting screams. 𝗫𝐮𝐲's voice echoed in his head, urging him to melt the ice and save Midoriya. His body moved on its own, heat from his right side melting the ice. He caught Izuku by the arms and slung the wounded villain onto his back, running toward safety. Confusion clouded his thoughts, but he surrendered to the command, his mind racing. Pro-heroes arrived, calming the panicked students. 𝗫𝐮𝐲 froze when he spotted the disintegrated gate of 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬. Realizing the extent of the damage caused by Tamura Shigaraki and the League's attack. Shoyuta rushed toward them, horror etched on his face as he saw Izuku's condition. He ordered Shudo to place Izuku on a stretcher for the ambulance. As it took Izuku away, Shudo, Shoyuta, and 𝗫𝐮𝐲 were left behind. Shoyuta questioned who was responsible, but the 2 students remained silent. 𝗫𝐮𝐲 interrupted, claiming the villains were to blame and explaining that they had found Midoriya lying in a pool of water in one. Shoyuta rubbed his nose bridge, acknowledging the situation before gesturing for his students to leave. That day marked utter chaos for you. Everyone returned the next day, except for their wounded guest. The incident spread through the school like wildfire, prompting teachers to implement extra security measures. Katsuki felt annoyed by the overly protective drills he had to endure every morning, but he was relieved that his childhood friend wouldn't be returning for 5 days. When he entered the classroom, he found their desks still wet, a reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. Groaning, he hung his bag by the side of his desk and decided to stand up, watching his classmates with annoyance. His glaring eyes darted around until he spotted a wet white envelope on the floor near an empty chair. Curious, he grabbed the letter and flicked it open. Thankfully, the letters were still visible. His eyes widened in shock as he read the content, feeling a surge of anger as he crumpled the letter and tossed it aside. Katsuki tapped the plastic chair impatiently, the smell of mixed medicines filling the air and heightening his annoyance. He felt compelled to talk to his childhood friend due to some disturbing events, especially concerning dangerous involvement with the League of Villains. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if something terrible was about to happen. The door finally opened, and Inko slipped out slowly, whispering a soft farewell to Izuku before closing the door behind her. Katsuki instinctively stood up and greeted her. The older woman smiled, clearly happy to see him. He asked if Izuku was still awake, to which she replied that he was, but too weak to move, urging Katsuki not to provoke him. The room was plain white, the only sound coming from the beeping machine next to the boy lying on the clean bed. Izuku turned his head to look at his childhood friend, sneering at him. Katsuki growled, demanding to know who had done this to him. Izuku shrugged, casually mentioning a villain as if it were obvious. Katsuki sat in a plastic chair overlooking the padlocked window, which was likely meant to keep someone from jumping off the building. He questioned why Izuku had never visited him during his house arrest, wondering why he bothered to come now. Katsuki's eyes narrowed as he confronted Izuku about the letter, demanding to know what he was planning. Izuku smirked, playfully challenging Katsuki to guess. The hero stood by the bed, his demeanor shifting to one of intimidation as he asked why Izuku was mocking 𝐼 and what he was truly planning. But Izuku was unyielding, flicking his wrist to reveal a blade that jutted out from his sleeve. He explained that his mother was caring and understanding, allowing him to keep his blades. He reminisced about their shared dreams of greatness, declaring his longing to be the #1 villain, which meant that one of them would ultimately fall. Katsuki shook his head, trying to dispel the dark thoughts Izuku was planting in his mind. He insisted that there could only be one #1, and that should be All Might. Just then, Izuku grabbed the railing beside the bed and let himself fall, triggering an explosive reaction from Katsuki. Glass shattered, machines broke, and the once clean room was filled with smoke and the smell of burnt fabric. The smoke detector blared, and the alarm sounded, drenching the two boys. Katsuki shouted that he would never be like Izuku, vowing to rise to the top through his own strength. Anger surged through him as he contemplated the twisted plans that filled his mind. Izuku leaned against the wall, laughing as he reminded Katsuki of the hard work he had put in to reach this point, recalling how he had been planning since he was 4 years old. Katsuki clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he expressed his frustration, wishing he had dealt with Izuku long ago. In a fit of rage, he aimed a punch at Izuku, landing several hits before the door burst open and people rushed in to separate them. They were too consumed by their fury to notice their surroundings, their eyes burning with intensity. Officers began to ask questions, but the boys remained silent, with Katsuki finally admitting to what had happened. Once they were settled, 2 meters apart with towels draped over their heads, nurses attended to their wounds. Katsuki only realized he had a piece of glass embedded in his leg when they pointed it out. When they were alone again, Izuku sighed, reminding Katsuki that he couldn't kill him because he was the only true friend he had. Katsuki felt grumpy as he faced his mother before they drove home, but Izuku's words echoed in his mind like a broken record. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐮𝐲 trained alone at his family's gym when 𝗟𝗶𝗸 spotted him. His father commented on his hard work, but 𝐼𝐮𝐲 chose to ignore him, focusing on his training to avoid being overwhelmed by emotions. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 walked away, leaving 𝐼𝐮𝐲 to catch his breath. As he went to get a glass of water, he overheard his siblings discussing Izuku in the living room. They mocked him, calling him weak and pathetic, questioning why he was always on TV. 𝐼𝐮𝐲 tried to ignore their words, but memories flooded back, vivid and painful. Fire, smoke, screams, and death haunted him. He clutched his head, struggling against the onslaught of memories that felt as fresh as ever, even 5 years after the tragedy. The way his mother had looked at him still haunted his dreams, and he found himself wondering if she was scared of him. Class 1A was on their way to USJ by bus. Katsuki leaned against the window, watching the main building shrink in the distance, his thoughts swirling around the contents of the troubling letter. 𝐼𝐼 had a firm grip on Izuku's neck, his disdain for the young hero palpable. It was hard to believe that a mere student could provoke such hatred from the most powerful villain. Back in elementary school, Izuku had been overly eager to share everything he knew about villains, including 𝐼𝐼, who was rumored to possess a quirk capable of defeating even All Might. Shouldn't he have been working alongside villains instead? He shook the thought from his mind and concentrated on the task ahead. Upon arriving at USJ, 𝐼𝐮𝐲 began explaining various locations, his tone serious. 𝐼𝐼𝐳𝐸 pointed at a dark void below, where sinister figures emerged. 𝗟𝗏's expression shifted to alarm as he shouted for 13 to protect the students, revealing the true nature of the threat they faced. Panic and fear filled the air. Even Katsuki felt a surge of anxiety at the sight of so many villains. They were just kids, after all. Suddenly, another dark void engulfed more students, scattering them throughout USJ. 13 worked tirelessly to contain the suffocating black mist, but chaos erupted as everyone fought for their safety. Meanwhile, two figures observed from a distance. Kurita leaned against the ledge of the domed building, watching the turmoil unfold below. He remarked on the dire situation while Minoru, with a crooked smile, reflected on how much he had changed thanks to his MSTR. His hair, once black, now appeared more vibrant, and he had grown taller through their rigorous training. He recalled their discussions about his quirk, which had become a source of pride. The first week had been grueling, but he had persevered and achieved a new level of power. Izuku had explained that his quirk was like a seed for something greater, and he had the unique ability to enhance quirks. Minoru had been in awe of Izuku's intelligence, realizing he was far beyond his years. As they trained, Izuku had emphasized the importance of cultivating, training, and, at times, forcing the quirk to evolve. Minoru had felt a mix of admiration and intimidation, but he was determined to prove himself. Once a mere nuisance, Minoru had transformed into a key player in their league, known as Black Spots. He was eager to demonstrate his growth. His quirk had become more formidable. A single strand of his hair could bond objects together permanently unless he chose to release them. Additionally, his hair could emit a toxic substance capable of causing severe harm. With excitement, he suggested they begin their mission, but Kurita advised waiting for Izuku. Minoru expressed skepticism about Izuku's ability to join them, but just then, the green-haired villain appeared in a wheelchair, accompanied by a girl with striking sky-blue hair. Izuku, seemingly unfazed, inquired about the situation. Kurita grumbled that they had just started, while the girl, peering down with her silver eyes, commented on the oddity of their actions. Minoru was captivated by her appearance but quickly regained his composure, introducing himself as Black Spot. The girl introduced herself as Kana, though Kurita jokingly suggested a less flattering nickname. Minoru was still adjusting to the banter among villains but felt a newfound confidence. Kurita proposed they join the fray, sharpening his fingers into blades. Minoru, ready for action, received Izuku's encouragement before leaping into the chaos below. His hair transformed into 3 black balls, which he used to propel himself down safely. Kurita, utilizing his blades, slowed his descent. As they landed in the water, Minoru spotted a girl with deep green hair standing on a wrecked ship, surrounded by villains. He felt a surge of determination, eager to showcase his development and prove himself in this critical moment. What happened exactly with Mineta and 𝐮𝐻? Mineta had been manipulated and forced to enhance his quirk, transforming it into something more villainous. His body changed as well. His once round violet hair began to resemble normal human strands, shifting back to its original form at his will. Under the influence of his he imagined peeling his hair into countless strands, a thought that felt mentally painful. The color of his hair shifted to black due to a toxic-like substance that his MSTR forced into his quirk. This substance could melt anything it touched, though it remained sticky like before. The acid would only manifest if Minoru desired it. Meanwhile, 𝐮𝐻 had the freedom to practice his quirk in their lair without fear of punishment or judgment. He learned to use his quirk simply by making eye contact with someone, much like 𝗟𝗟𝗃. He even managed to fool his MSTR multiple times. However, he discovered that he could still control others even without direct eye contact. His victims would return to their senses only when he released them or if something interrupted the connection. Minoru swam closer to the ship, where villains were causing chaos, his smile growing wider as he approached. His hair curled into 3 black circles as he pulled his mask up to conceal his face. The villains from the league noticed him first, with one man with gills hissing a laugh before disappearing beneath the water. Minoru plucked one of his hairs and let it sink slowly. As the guild man grabbed his foot, Minoru counted silently. Then his black hair erupted into tar in the water, ensnaring the villain's face and allowing Minoru to escape. The villains were too preoccupied with their own targets, so he swam undetected beneath the ship and climbed up using his sticky quirk. His boots thudded against the metal as he jumped from the railings. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was too focused on battling the lower villains to notice him. He positioned himself behind the green-haired girl, swatting away those who tried to climb up with her tongue. Minoru smiled at the height difference. Nearly a month ago, he had been shorter than anyone in Class 1A. Now, he returned taller, leaner, and stronger, feeling a thrill at the thought of confronting Mr. Izuku. He tapped Tsuyu's shoulder, catching her off guard. She twirled her tongue around a nearby post and launched herself away from what she perceived as a threat. Tsuyu glared at him, ready to defend herself. She demanded to know how he knew her name. Minoru stepped closer, responding with sarcasm that he was a friend. Tsuyu was skeptical, stating she didn't recognize him. He sighed and decided to prove himself. He plucked 2 of his hairs and tossed them over the side of the ship. They exploded into a wide range of tar, engulfing the villains below and sticking to their faces. The odds of survival were slim, just as Izuku had taught him. Tsuyu stared at the man in black, surprised to see a villain eliminate another villain. If he claimed to be a friend, her instincts disagreed. Yet he felt oddly familiar. His quirk usage reminded her of Mineta, but he was taller and different. She asked who he was, preparing to flee if necessary. The villain smiled, claiming to be a friend, a villain friend. Suddenly, she felt a hand around her neck, pulling her away from the pole as she struggled to breathe. Her vision blurred as he slammed her onto the cold metal floor of the ship. She attempted to use her tongue to attack, but as she extended it, a sharp dagger sliced through it, causing her to cry out in pain. In her final moments, she saw the black-haired boy smirking before everything went dark. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 commented on the situation as he carried the unconscious girl. Minoru kicked the long pink tongue on the floor, asking if it would heal. 𝗟𝗶𝗸 rolled his eyes, remarking that they weren't called heroes in training for nothing, suggesting that Minoru's past weakness was the reason for his expulsion. Minoru clenched his fists, hating his former self. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was frustrated by the unfolding events. He continued freezing villains, but more kept coming, and his power was not limitless. A familiar voice called out to him, and he recognized Hagakure. She nearly startled him as she poked his arm, exclaiming that he almost froze her. He apologized, explaining that they needed to regroup with the others. Unbeknownst to him, the situation was about to worsen. Izuku suggested making things more exciting, and Kana used her power to teleport them onto the ship where 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Minoru, and the unconscious 𝐒𝐻𝐬 were. She nodded and disappeared. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 called for everyone to hold on as a strange vibration filled the 𝐒𝐮𝐩, followed by a loud explosion from above. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's eyes widened as he watched the domed roof begin to crumble. Fear enveloped the building as large chunks of debris threatened to crush them all. His heart raced, and memories flooded his mind. In an instant, everything turned upside down. The atmosphere grew cold and still. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 opened his eyes, breathing rapidly. He could almost hear his mother's voice echoing in his mind, reminding him of past mistakes. Trembling, he looked at his hands, realizing he was encased in ice, freezing everything around him, including his classmates. The 𝐒𝐮𝐩 erupted in ice, and his heart sank as he saw the people around him, trapped and frozen by his own power. Not just the villains, but even his own classmates and heroes were trapped. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 found himself confined, with only a 1-foot radius around him that remained free. A familiar, loathsome voice echoed in his mind, warning him that if he didn't use his other power, all of his friends would perish. Before him, the air shimmered like a television glitch, revealing a wide circle. On the other side sat Izuku Midoriya, resting on a white hospital bed. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 clenched his fists and struck at the 2D image, but his hand passed through, touching nothing but air. Izuku explained that he was trapped in 𝐻𝐻𝐬's ice too. This vision was merely a message for him. Izuku continued, stating that 𝐻𝐻𝐬 had 5 minutes to free his friends, which included him and the villains, along with Shigaraki Tamura. If he failed to act, his friends and some heroes would face dire consequences. The villain on the screen tilted his head, smirking as he observed 𝐻𝐻𝐬's turmoil, anger, fear, concern, and anxiety swirled within him. Izuku suggested that 𝐮𝐲 could wait for the heroes to arrive and let them capture the villains, but warned that his friends would be in serious danger. He urged 𝐮𝐲 to start melting the ice and save as many as he could in 3 minutes, laughing as he reminded him that time was running out. As the vision faded, 𝐮𝐲 was left in despair. He struggled with his thoughts, realizing that he had only 1 minute left to make a choice. His friends might die, but he questioned whether they were truly his friends. It pained him to think so, yet he knew that if he let anyone die, he would be proving his mother right. He would be a villain, and he despised that notion. Using his right side felt like betraying himself, but he held his breath and allowed the power from his father to surge through him. His emotions twisted and turned: disgust, anger, relief, and strength. With a blast of hot air, the ice melted almost instantly. Water splashed down, and chunks of unmelted ice scattered, causing everyone to cough and gasp for breath. Miraculously, the ice broke the falling debris into smaller pieces. 𝐮𝐲's expression turned grim as disappointment washed over him. His classmates backed away in fear, unsure of how to react to someone who had frozen them nearly to death. He couldn't bear to see their terrified faces. It reminded him of painful memories from the past. In a rush, he dashed off, freezing every villain he encountered. He wasn't sure where he was heading until he found himself in the heart of 𝐒𝐮𝐲, where 𝐒𝐻𝐬 was coughing violently, drenched in cold water and trembling uncontrollably. A man with long pale blue hair approached, his hand covering his face, eyes filled with madness. He demanded to be brought the hope he sought to destroy. 𝐮𝐲 felt torn, unsure of whom to help. He could freeze or burn 𝗟𝗏 and assist 𝐒𝐻𝐬, or do the opposite. Trusting the villains felt wrong, but the temptation of freedom lingered. He knew the heroes would arrive soon since his ice had broken through the domed ceiling, alerting them to the chaos. Just then, All Might arrived, standing tall and confident, proclaiming his presence with a voice full of hope. Chaos erupted as the villains reacted. Kurogiri struggled to open a portal for Nomu, his real body frozen. 13 and the other students were unconscious, except for Iida, who was desperately trying to help his classmates. A large villain with a crow-shaped head screeched upon spotting All Might. 𝐮𝐲 could only watch as the battle unfolded, his eyes struggling to keep up with the rapid movements. Katsuki groaned as he regained consciousness, feeling as if he had been placed inside a refrigerator. He attempted to use his explosions to warm himself, which proved effective. Surveying the scene, he found unconscious classmates and villains around him but was relieved to discover that no one was dead. The extent of the freezing was alarming, and he quickly deduced that only one person could have done this: Todoroki 𝐮𝐲, the only one at you. With an ice quirk. But it didn't make sense for the League of Villains to freeze their own team. Katsuki's frustration turned towards Midoriya Izuku, suspecting he was somehow involved. After ensuring his classmates were safe and securing their enemies, he rushed to find his childhood friend, determined to knock some sense into him. Izuku coughed violently, expelling water from his lungs. His nose and fingertips felt numb, and he touched his face to ensure he was still intact. Turning to his comrades, he noticed Kurita was unconscious and Minoru was struggling to expel water from his lungs. Midoriya noticed that Kurita was unresponsive, and the newbie was alarmed and panicking. Azui lay next to them, unconscious and visibly trembling. Izuku doubted that she was harmed, given her water-based quirk. He stood, exhaling cold air, and tested his legs, relieved they were functioning. He made his way toward them, kneeling on the wet metal floor in front of Kurita. Gently, he pried Minoru's hand away and placed his palms over Kurita's chest, pumping rhythmically until Kurita coughed up water and began to breathe again. The newbie villain sighed in relief, expressing his near miss with CPR. Suddenly, an angry voice called out to Izuku, and he recognized it immediately. An irate blonde hero, reminiscent of an angry bird, rocketed toward them, ordering everyone not to attack. Katsuki landed on the ship, glaring fiercely at Izuku, accusing him of putting them in danger. He advanced slowly, his anger palpable. 2 black-haired individuals intervened, with Kurita shivering, warning Katsuki not to touch Izuku. Katsuki shouted back, berating Kurita for hiding behind his allies. With a powerful explosion, he sent the black-haired boy skidding across the ship. Izuku clicked his tongue, wagging a finger at Katsuki, explaining that the explosion was merely a signal for 𝐼𝐻𝐻 to use his quirk. He placed a hand on Kurita's chest, urging him to stay low. Izuku pointed out that if Todoroki had used his left side to freeze them out of panic, it could have caused more damage than they had inflicted. He noted that many of them might be suffering from frostbite or worse. Katsuki attempted a quick kick, but Izuku dodged effortlessly. Frustrated, Katsuki insisted that he was done with Izuku's manipulative words. He tried again, but this time, Izuku blocked the attack. Izuku argued that heroes aren't always right or good, likening the conflict to two nations at war, where neither side is purely good or evil. He attempted to punch Katsuki, but the hero anticipated the move and dodged. Katsuki retorted that villains are those who do evil, while heroes clean up the mess. Izuku felt the sting of those words more than he expected. In retaliation, he kicked Katsuki's leg, causing him to fall to his knee, then raised his foot to strike again, explaining that evil is a natural part of their world, rooted in emotions like wrath and revenge. Katsuki, feeling the weight of Izuku's words, grabbed his leg and threw him onto the ship's metal floor. Tears welled in his eyes, but his expression remained neutral. He admitted to being born a villain, embracing that identity from an early age. Izuku kicked back, and Minoru pushed him down the railing, remarking on Izuku's misguided passion. As he fell, Izuku laughed, claiming that those passionate about villainy are often the most powerful. Katsuki used an explosion to propel himself into the air, but a black ball exploded in front of him, forcing him to dodge higher. He was too late to notice 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐬 being taken. 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐬 stood frozen, watching the intense battle between All Might and a formidable villain. The sound of 𝐿𝐻𝐬 coughing snapped him back to reality. Eraserhead struggled to sit but slipped on the wet floor, forcing him to lay back down. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬 made his way to the hero, offering support. He could barely understand 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬's words about ice and his quirk, but he assured him he would help, slinging the teacher's arm around his neck. They wobbled up the stairs toward 13 and the others. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬 helped 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐬 sit by a pole before heading down to assist or freeze the others. That's when he spotted the spiky blonde hair flying toward the blue-haired villain. A sense of danger tingled down his spine as he quickly shot up a wall of ice to prevent Katsuki from flying into harm's way. Katsuki collided with the icy barrier, crashing down onto the pavement, cursing as he struggled to stand. He accused 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬 of helping the enemy, but 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬 gritted his teeth, insisting he was trying to save him. Tamura observed the two students of Class 1A arguing, too preoccupied to notice the real threat. He chose not to intervene, instead focusing on the approaching villain he was less than pleased to see. His black hair, soaked from the cold water, clung to his head. Minoru, with a hint of mockery, introduced himself to Tamura, bowing slightly as Izuku had taught him. Tamura, gritting his teeth beneath his mask, glared at the newcomer. He acknowledged that Minoru was the new kid sent to retrieve someone important. Minoru smiled, confirming that he was indeed informed. Tamura warned him that the League would not interfere as long as he didn't. Minoru retorted that they would do as they pleased, advising Tamura to communicate that to their 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐬, not his minions, before walking away toward the stairs. Katsuki attempted to punch 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬 again, but the taller teen easily dodged. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬 urged him to rest, noting that he was suffering from hypothermia. Katsuki, however, was too filled with rage to back down, questioning why he should listen to someone who had frozen his comrades and blocked his path. His fists were clenched tightly, turning white with frustration as he struggled against the sickness that made him feel weak and unsteady. His skin was paler than ever, his body still trembling, and his chest felt like it was full of broken glass. Despite this, he steeled himself and stood up. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐬 felt a mix of desperation and concern as he thought about his friend. Yet, a part of him urged him to eliminate the irritating blonde. He shook off the darkness and focused on the ongoing fight. The other pro-heroes would soon arrive. He wanted to capture Tamura, to save the sane part of himself and prove he was still on their side. His thoughts whispered chaos into his ears, suggesting he freeze Katsuki first, then go after Tamura. Memories flooded him like a raging river, overwhelming his emotions. 𝐮𝐲 struggled to pin down his true self, battling the pent-up feelings he couldn't control. Sooner or later, his facade would crack, and his face, once devoid of emotion, would be filled with anger toward this cursed world. His vision blurred but then cleared, and this time his senses tingled. Instinct took over. Katsuki launched another attack, but with a swift motion, 𝐮𝐲 froze him mid-air. He then turned his gaze toward the blue-haired villain, who stared back in horror. 𝐮𝐲 raised his hand and encased 𝗂𝗏𝐼𝐼 in ice, though the villain was now fully aware of his presence. 𝗂𝗏𝐼𝐼 activated his power and shattered the ice with a forceful touch. 𝐮𝐲 felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He needed to freeze or defeat the leader of the League of Villains, unfreeze Katsuki, and restore order. He formed a cold white spear from his ice, a technique he hadn't used since the incident. As he pulled the weapon out and aimed it at the villain, he felt a surge of his true self returning. He warned 𝗂𝗏𝐼𝐼 to stay still, hoping for an easy victory. But nothing went as planned, and shock filled his heart. All Might was not pleased with the unfolding events. His powers were slowly draining, and he struggled to maintain his formidable form. The opponent he faced matched his strength, and he knew he would falter if he lost his rhythm in the fight. Then something caught his eye. Near them, he noticed his students in conflict. Horror filled the #1 hero as he saw 𝐮𝐲, usually the most reserved among Class 1A, using his quirk to freeze Bakugou. The rage and pent-up sadness in 𝐮𝐲's eyes were unmistakable as he formed a spear of ice aimed at Shigaraki 𝗂𝗏𝐼𝐼. All Might realized 𝐮𝐲's intention. He was planning to kill 𝗂𝗏𝐼𝐼. With all his strength, All Might struck the Nomu, sending it flying out of the already damaged dome. He dashed toward his troubled student, determined not to let 𝐮𝐲 take another life or feel trapped within himself again. The trauma of his power, the mockery from his mother, and the pressure from his father weighed heavily on 𝐮𝐲, leaving him feeling hollow. In a burst of speed, All Might felt the cold, sharp spear pierce his chest. He acted to protect 𝐮𝐲 from becoming something he would regret. The doors of 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐃 opened, revealing dozens of heroes witnessing the aftermath. The frozen blonde, the half-conscious victims, the damaged building, the shocked blue-haired villain, and the injured All Might painted a grim picture. 𝐮𝐲 watched in disbelief as the #1 hero's BLD soaked into his ice, turning it a dark shade of red. He had stabbed All Might. The blonde hero began to revert to his true form, thin and weak. He urged 𝐮𝐲 not to repeat his mistakes, to learn to love and understand himself. He reminded 𝐮𝐲 that he was strong but warned that his heart felt hollow. Tears welled in 𝐮𝐲's eyes as All Might slumped in his own pool of BLD, the ice still embedded in his chest. 𝗂𝗏𝐼𝐼 wore a wicked smile, taunting 𝐮𝐲 by claiming he had not even touched All Might. 𝐮𝐲 had done it himself. The villain's words echoed in 𝐮𝐲's mind, suggesting he was destined to become a villain. As the heroes rushed to assist the unconscious victims and apprehend the villain, a dark whirlpool formed in the air. 𝗂𝗏𝐼𝐼 stepped into it just before midnight could intervene, laughing as he disappeared, his eyes mischievous as they lingered on 𝐮𝐲. Everything became a blur, filled with unanswered questions. He heard calls for his father, but he felt detached. 𝐮𝐲 looked down at his trembling hands, his mind drifting to the past when he was younger and more innocent. A doctor had once told his father that 𝐮𝐲 possessed the quirks of both his parents, but he might not be able to control them until he was older. 𝐮𝐲 had been determined, wanting to prove himself to his father. He remembered a green-haired boy he had met in the hospital, who had been quirkless. The boy had smiled brightly, but 𝐮𝐲 had frowned, recalling his father's disdain for those without quirks. As a child, he had thought the boy weak, echoing his father's beliefs. The boy looked hurt and expressed his longing to be awesome like villains. 𝐮𝐲 struggled to understand the boy's logic and enthusiasm about being quirkless. Suddenly, he felt his father yank him away and heard him growl that he shouldn't talk to someone like that, especially after the kid had just undergone a mental check. This made 𝐮𝐲 frown deeper, wondering if the boy was somehow mentally ill. His father continued, urging 𝐮𝐲 not to lower himself to the boy's level, reminding him of his power and the heights he could reach. He should strive to achieve what his father could not. 𝐮𝐲 nodded and took his father's large, warm hand as they walked away, determined to make his father proud. However, the reality was different. He was trained relentlessly and isolated from his siblings. At just 5 years old, being treated like an adult made him feel distant from other children. He felt different, and the lack of social interaction left his emotions underdeveloped, locking his feelings inside. One day, his mother suddenly became angry. Perhaps she was overwhelmed by their household or frustrated with him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 worried, and when he tried to comfort her, he accidentally burned his left face with hot water. The memory of his mother's angry face and fearful eyes haunted him. She had called him a monster. He ran away from home, hands over his face, tears streaming down until he reached the forest. He wept against a nearby tree when someone tapped his shoulder. A boy with green hair and freckles stood there, looking oddly familiar. He asked what had happened, holding a knife in his hand. Instinctively, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 backed away, knowing that people with knives outside the kitchen were often dangerous. Noticing 𝐼𝐻𝐬's alarm, the green-haired boy put the knife away and assured him he wouldn't hurt him, though he noted that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 looked pretty burned. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 remained silent, afraid that his mother might hurt him again. The boy sighed and suggested calling the police to take 𝐼𝐻𝐬 home, sending a shiver up 𝐼𝐻𝐬's spine. He didn't want to go back there. Finally, he admitted that his mother hated him. The boy then proposed they go to his house, claiming he had a very good mom, and for reasons he couldn't explain, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 agreed. They entered the boy's small house, which felt like nothing compared to 𝐻𝐻𝐬's home. He remembered a young woman treating his wounds and making snacks while they watched hero villain footage online. The green-haired boy expressed his love for villains, calling them awesome and cool. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 mentioned he preferred heroes, which made the boy pout. The boy argued that heroes were just people trying to stop bad guys, but they didn't kill or punish, making them boring. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 looked around the room, noticing the scratched walls and a set of knives on the table, along with a pile of notebooks. Curious, he asked why the boy loved villains despite them often losing. The boy paused the video and explained that villains, like heroes, were pursuing their dreams. They worked hard, but in the end, heroes who did nothing but wait, destroyed those dreams. He found it unfair. The boy admired how free villains seemed, doing what they wanted without correction and expressing their emotions through actions. The concept of freedom resonated with 𝐻𝐻𝐬, making him wonder if it was because he felt trapped. Eventually, they called the police to take 𝐻𝐻𝐬 home. Upon entering, he found his siblings worried while his parents argued, seemingly indifferent to his return. It was then that 𝐻𝐻𝐬 first felt rage. He screamed at his mother and father, causing frost to freeze the entire living room, except for his father, who stood warm and blazing, impressed by 𝐻𝐻𝐬's display. However, his siblings found him frightening, especially when angry. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 enjoyed the moment of appreciation from his father, which motivated him to train harder to earn that look again. But as he grew older, he struggled to express his emotions, resorting instead to unleashing his power in destructive ways. Little did he know, his father had a surprise in store for him when he turned 10, a surprise that would not be pleasant. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 sat in the principal's office, awaiting the judgment of the pro-heroes. He knew he was in the wrong, but it felt unfair. He only wanted to help, yet his powers were too strong for his own good. Despite this, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He had extinguished hope and allowed despair to take over, saving the villain instead of the innocent. 𝗟𝗶𝗸, with a sickening grin, called for 𝐻𝐻𝐬 to follow him. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 felt uneasy about this birthday surprise, which made his stomach turn. As they drove into the city, 𝗟𝗏𝗻 instructed him to be alert for a villain. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 sensed that things were about to go wrong. He fidgeted in his seat, trying to unbuckle his seatbelt, but his father shot him a warning glare. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 swallowed hard, knowing his father intended to test his powers, but he wasn't mentally prepared. No amount of training could compensate for a weak mind. He hesitated, expressing doubt about the plan, but 𝗟𝗏𝗻 insisted that 𝐻𝐻𝐬 needed the experience. The car stopped in front of a police line, and they exited, with 𝗟𝗏𝗻 leading the way. He spoke with the police, occasionally pointing at 𝐻𝐻𝐬. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area, and chaos erupted in the city. People were evacuated while villains reveled in the destruction. This was 𝐻𝐻𝐬's first glimpse of villains in action, and he found them terrifying. Heroes engaged in battle while villains reveled in chaos. As the conflict intensified, 𝐒𝐮𝐷 urged his son to stay close and freeze any escaping villains. However, 𝐂𝐮𝐻 felt paralyzed by fear, unsure of what to do. He remained still, following his father's orders and scanning for fleeing foes. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, causing him to cry out. The surge of agony triggered his powers, encasing anyone within a 5-meter radius in ice. The villain who had attacked him was now trapped, eyes wide in shock, a weapon with a strange purple substance in hand. Stumbling backward, 𝐂𝐮𝐻 clutched his injured shoulder, feeling his strength wane. As darkness began to close in, he heard a voice nearby, discussing a plan that involved him. The man spoke coldly about using 𝐂𝐮𝐻 as an experimental subject due to the incomplete nature of a serum they were developing. Leaning against his own ice, 𝐂𝐮𝐻's consciousness faded. He could still see the figure before him, a man with black hair and a beak-like mask. The villain's words echoed in his mind, and then everything went black. When 𝐂𝐮𝐻 regained consciousness, he found himself seated at an interrogation table, staring at his hands as the investigator posed a familiar question about his actions being accidental. This moment felt like a haunting echo from 4 years prior. He awoke again, disoriented and feeling cold. As he attempted to move, the sound of clinking chains reminded him of his grim reality. He had been kidnapped. Struggling against his restraints proved futile, and panic set in as he realized he was trapped. A door creaked open, and a voice inquired how they had known 𝐒𝐿 would bring his son into the chaos. Another voice responded, expressing satisfaction that their plan had succeeded. 𝐂𝐮𝐻's heart raced as he turned to see 2 villains, one holding a syringe filled with a purple serum. As the needle approached, 𝐂𝐮𝐻 recoiled, but it was too late. The serum coursed through him, leaving him feeling weak and helpless. The villains departed, leaving him alone with his despair, wishing for his father's rescue from this torment. Days passed, filled with the pain of repeated injections, each one a reminder of his captivity. On his birthday, he lay chained to a metal bed, a mere subject for their experiments. Eventually, the villains removed his cuffs and tossed him into a metal room. One of them, holding bags of toys, warned him to stay quiet before locking the door. On the floor lay another child, his age, with messy green hair and wide eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Curiosity overcame 𝐂𝐮𝐻 as he asked the boy his name. The child introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku, explaining that he had been caught spying on the villains' plans. Izuku's demeanor suggested a deeper understanding of their situation, and he commented on 𝐂𝐮𝐻's emotional state, sensing a struggle beneath his stoic exterior. Days turned into a blur of hopelessness as they awaited their fates. Then one day, they heard footsteps approaching. 𝐂𝐮𝐻's heart raced at the thought of rescue, but instead, a villain entered, brandishing a gun and declaring 𝐂𝐮𝐻 his hostage. Despite his struggles, 𝐂𝐮𝐻 found himself overpowered. Izuku, refusing to back down, attempted to intervene but was swiftly knocked down. The villain dragged 𝐂𝐻 into the fray, guns still aimed at him, while 𝐂𝐻 fought to regain control of his powers. Izuku, bloodied yet defiant, challenged the villain, and in a moment of chaos, managed to strike a blow that caused the villain to falter, allowing 𝐂𝐻 a glimmer of hope for escape. He growled, warning the villain not to speak to him inappropriately. The villain, however, was not pleased and aimed his gun, pulling the trigger. 𝐂𝐻 froze as he witnessed the bullet strike young Izuku in the stomach. The impact caused Izuku to collapse to the floor, blood pooling around him. 𝐂𝐻 screamed in horror, unable to comprehend the scene before him. The villain silenced him, aiming the gun directly at 𝐂𝐻, threatening him to remain quiet unless he wanted to share Izuku's fate. Fear and rage battled within him, the only emotions he could express in that moment. The villain stood defiantly before the heroes, taunting them. He declared that any movement would result in the child's death, laughing at their predicament. 𝐂𝐻's gaze drifted to the numerous heroes surrounding them, including 𝐼𝐻 and his father, who looked at him with a mix of concern and disappointment. 𝐼𝐻 urged the villain to lower his weapon, but the villain merely laughed in response, challenging him to make him comply. 𝐂𝐻's mind raced back to his 10th birthday, recalling the pain inflicted by villains and the blood of his ally as he tried to save him. He wrestled with the thought of blaming the villains for their actions or the heroes for their tardiness, But ultimately he directed his anger at his father, who had turned his birthday into a nightmare. Everything around him blurred as he screamed, flames erupting around him, consuming everything in their path. The heat was intense, enough to melt anything in its vicinity. He heard the anguished screams that echoed his own, further igniting his fury. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air, and the sight of charred remains surrounded him. As the memories flooded back, he felt his heart and mind begin to fracture. He realized he had taken lives, hundreds of them. Before him stood his father, enduring the heat with a look of shock and rage. Under his father's gaze, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt small and overwhelmed. His father's voice broke the silence, calling his name softly. In the background, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 landed, carrying nearly 50 people in his arms, somehow managing to evade the flames. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 stood there, paralyzed by the trauma of his own abilities. After what felt like an eternity, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 found himself sitting in a police car, then in an interrogation room. He could see his parents outside, neither crying nor showing concern for him. He was asked if everything he had done was an accident. He swallowed hard, staring at his trembling hands, unsure of who was speaking. If it was his inner self responding, he would be lying. He replied that everything was indeed an accident. But it didn't end there. No one believed that 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐿 had left him vulnerable, kidnapped alongside Izuku Midoriya. They only saw the destruction he had caused. As he waited outside the station, watching his parents speak with the police, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 stared blankly at the ceiling until someone approached him. A familiar voice called to him, and he turned to see Izuku, who he thought was dead, standing before him, a bandage visible on his shirt. Izuku reminded him of their previous conversation, asking if he had made up his mind. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 closed his eyes and sighed, contemplating the idea of freedom. He expressed his determination to defeat his father and become the #1 hero, eager to prove himself. Izuku acknowledged his resolve but warned that the next time he hesitated, it would be his last chance. And just like that, they parted ways, becoming strangers once more. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 felt restless. He had received a call the previous night informing him that his former 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was in the hospital and in grave danger. At first, he couldn't believe it, but his powers confirmed the painful truth. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 would die sooner than he had foreseen. Someone had altered the future, leaving 𝐼𝐻𝐬 feeling uncertain and uncomfortable. He pondered who could be manipulating fate. Despite his efforts to prevent this outcome, everything had unraveled, leaving 𝐼𝐻𝐬 suffering and unable to breathe without assistance. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 inhaled the sterile hospital air, clenching his fists, resolute in his mission to save his former even at the cost of his own life. A familiar voice broke his thoughts. It was Mirio, his precious student. Mirio had intended to visit you that day but had heard about the chaos caused by the accident and 𝐼𝐻𝐬's condition. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 raised a hand to silence him, suggesting they speak privately. Mirio nodded, understanding, and left with a heavy heart, though he would eventually find hope again. The principal approached 𝐼𝐻𝐬, offering sympathy and encouraging him to see 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Taking a deep breath, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 steeled himself before entering the room where his former 𝐼𝐻𝐬 lay. The beeping machines and the sterile scent of medicine filled the air, creating a somber atmosphere. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 appeared pale and weak, connected to various tubes. The hope that many had placed in him seemed to flicker, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬 knew that people would continue to look up to 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as a hero. As he stood by the bed, 𝐼𝐻𝐬's eyes opened, and he recognized 𝐼𝐻𝐬. His voice was raspy, filled with despair as he remarked on 𝐼𝐻𝐬's visit at such a dire moment. The atmosphere shifted with each passing second, filled with sadness, despair, anger, and blame. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 closed his eyes, fighting back tears as a cold hand grasped his own, allowing him to release the sorrow that had built within him. "Don't blame yourself, 𝐼𝐻𝐬. Nothing here is your fault," 𝐼𝐻𝐬 said. He removed his glasses and wiped his eyes, expressing his deep concern. He wished for 𝐼𝐻𝐬's happiness and had tried desperately to alter the future he had seen, but felt powerless. A hand rested over his chest as he spoke. The older man sighed, removing his hand from his former sidekick and offering a gentle smile. Fate is not easy to change, but it is certainly possible. However, mine has already come to an end. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shook his head, determined. He insisted that he would try once more, believing that all might would heal. He expressed his intent to find someone to hold accountable. To blame. All Might replied weakly, shaking his head. You still have a long journey ahead before you reach the end of your fate. Don't waste your life for me, live for yourself and for others. He coughed, prompting Night-Eye to reach out, but he felt helpless. I owe you too much help, and I can't even make amends for it. Night-Eye shook his head again. I don't care about that. I want you to live so you can watch the young heroes stand up for others, to feel proud of your students. I know that will bring you joy. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and the students of Class 1A entered, accompanied by the Big Three. Concern was etched on their faces as they approached All Might. I can't stop them, 𝐒𝐬𝐬 said, sadness evident in his smile. Thank you, 𝐒𝐬𝐬, All Might replied. 𝗪𝐿 stood in front of the hostages, who were seated with their hands and feet bound. His face was covered in bandages for safety. Izuku's plan was slowly unraveling, and the key person to help them was now tied to a chair, unconscious. When will they wake up? We've been waiting for 2 hours, one of the 6 leaders of their league mumbled. She was known as 𝗂𝐿𝐬, a fellow student from 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. She wore a striking red suit with a black helmet adorned with red linings, along with plate armor covering her chest, shoulders, legs, and hips. Be patient, 𝗪𝐿 replied. I am, but I need to get home before my dad finishes his work. I want to ensure he doesn't overexert himself again, she said, tapping her black iron high heels on the floor. Well, isn't your family wealthy enough from your work? Why don't you stop your father from working? 𝗪𝐿 asked, sighing deeply. I wanted to, but he doesn't know I was the one who promoted him to head of the company. My mother intervened, and we finally had the chance to talk and eat together as a family. And that's what matters, she explained, a grin almost audible in her voice. I really don't regret joining Izuku, even though it's tough to pretend to be weak while spying at you, 𝗪𝐿 smirked. He helped us in a rather unconventional way. Aizawa slowly opened his eyes, feeling his hands and feet bound. Panic surged through him as he adjusted to the darkness. He realized he was in a metal room, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was tied to a chair next to him, unconscious. Nearby, 2 villains were conversing. Oh, look who is awake, a young girl's voice chimed. Shall I call the other boy asked. Let our plan begin. Meanwhile, Katsuki was not happy about anything. Just yesterday, he had seen his favorite hero lying in a hospital bed, tubes keeping him alive. This sight had dimmed his hope. He had nearly lost his life due to freezing, and then he discovered 𝗪𝐿's involvement in it all. To make matters worse, Mr. Aizawa and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 were missing. The security cameras had been destroyed, leaving investigators with no leads. 𝗪𝐿 had admitted to stabbing All Might but claimed it was an accident. This revelation only fueled Katsuki's anger. As he entered Class 1A, he felt the heavy atmosphere of despair, which seemed to empower his childhood friend sitting behind him, clad in his usual black outfit. Katsuki wondered why no one questioned or suspected 𝗪𝐿. It felt as if someone was manipulating the staff at 𝐒𝐮. To protect him. He felt isolated in his thoughts. His mind drifted back to what Izuku had told him at 𝐒𝐮. About triggering 𝗪𝐿. Was there a connection to the current events? Should he report what he had learned? The abduction of a pro hero and a student weighed heavily on him. Was it the League or Izuku behind this? The thoughts swirled in his mind, causing a headache. What was happening? You're thinking too hard, Katsuki, a voice interrupted, nearly prompting him to punch the speaker, but the boy dodged. Katsuki took his seat and hung his bag, ignoring the villain behind him. The boy continued to nag him, asking if he would report him. Annoyed, Katsuki turned to glare at Izuku, asserting that he would do as he pleased before facing forward again. The class buzzed with discussions about 𝗪𝐿, questioning his loyalty and expressing their fear. Katsuki ignored them, pondering what Izuku needed to trigger 𝗪𝐿. He wanted to silence them but didn't want to draw attention to himself, especially with All Might injured. He glanced at the back of the classroom, where the supposedly most powerful student sat. Was it possible that his childhood friend was somehow recruiting 𝗪𝐿? Or was 𝗪𝐿 already part of their secretive group? It was difficult to predict without evidence, but one thing was certain: Izuku wanted something from 𝐮𝐲, and Katsuki was determined to prevent him from getting it. 𝐮𝐲 had endured enough of his father's scolding. He had been grounded and reprimanded, even receiving a few harsh words meant to instill some sense in him. Now, he was confined to the house until his father deemed otherwise. He felt relieved that this incident hadn't gone public. Such news could ruin his family's reputation, and he wanted to avoid that turmoil. The police had labeled him a mass murderer as a child, and now they called him a killer. They were uncertain about allowing 𝐮𝐲 to roam freely, now viewing him as a threat. 𝐮𝐲 looked down at his trembling hands, grappling with the weight of his situation. His quirk had caused significant harm, and now he was labeled a threat, feeling as if he were treated like a villain. He felt a strong urge to join his mother in the hospital. His inner turmoil was surfacing. They blamed him for everything when he had only tried to protect them. Yet, he also felt guilt for freezing them and injuring the #1 hero. Then a realization struck him. If All Might could no longer be a hero, then his father had become the #1. Endeavor. #1. The thought infuriated him, prompting him to punch the wall, his knuckles bruised and teeth clenched. The irritation boiled within him. If his father was #1 and had trained him to reach that status, did that mean he would have to defeat his father to claim the title for himself? A crooked smile appeared on his face as he embraced his darker side. 𝐮𝐲 felt cold sweat trickling down his chin. His scarf was gone, and his powers were ineffective in this situation. He wondered why he had been taken hostage and what they wanted from him. The young man with bandages wrapped around his head pulled out a phone from his pocket. He informed someone that 𝐮𝐲 was awake before disconnecting. A girl lingered in the shadows, keeping her distance. The pro-hero tried to devise a plan, but he realized he would have to wait for this Mstr to arrive before he could speak. The girl's voice was familiar, and she seemed to be one of the students from Class 1A. He observed his student, 𝐼𝐬, who was sitting unconsciously in a chair, her head tilted to one side. The door opened behind him, flooding the room with light for a brief moment, revealing the girl in black plate armor. 𝐮𝐲 was taken aback. The only word he could muster was a simple question of why. His student, now on the side of the villains, smiled and waved, explaining that she had been with them since childhood. 𝐮𝐲's expression shifted to one of sympathy. Then the door closed, casting her face back into shadow. He was shocked. How could someone like her choose to join the villains? Another familiar voice called out to him. The green-haired boy stood before him, grinning. 𝐮𝐲 felt a wave of unease wash over him. He sensed something was off about the child, but to be a mastermind of villains, that was too much to comprehend. The boy stepped back, raising his arms as if to embrace the air, welcoming 𝐮𝐲 to their home, likening it to the League of Villains. They were a big happy family, calling themselves the Banes of Equality. He pointed at 𝐮𝐲, who remained calm despite the tension. His powers would be useless against this boy. The boy continued, stating that 𝐮𝐲 would be their key player in their plan and urged him to cooperate, revealing a black briefcase from nowhere. As he opened the case, 𝐮𝐲 felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead upon seeing the set of injections inside. The boy assured him that it wouldn't hurt unless he struggled. Katsuki stood outside the principal's office, clenching his fists and taking a deep breath before knocking. A chill ran down his spine as his knuckles struck the wooden door, as if someone were watching him. He turned around but found the hallway empty. The door creaked open, and the principal peeked out, surprised to see Katsuki. He asked what Katsuki needed. The blonde teen stepped inside, ignoring the principal's curious expression, and mentioned he had information that could help find the missing individuals. Nezu closed the door and gestured for Katsuki to take a seat. They settled in, and Katsuki felt impatience growing within him. The principal noted that Katsuki was the only student conscious during the incident at 𝐻𝐬, so he had expected his visit sooner or later. Katsuki had contemplated this moment countless times, and now felt it was the right time to speak. He asked about Izuku Midoriya, his childhood friend. The principal acknowledged him as a peculiar quirkless boy and expressed curiosity about him, retrieving a white folder from a nearby cabinet. Katsuki was shocked to see the information inside. The principal revealed that Midoriya was a wanted criminal responsible for the deaths of numerous individuals, including pro-heroes. The principal paused, observing Katsuki's anger. He explained that Midoriya had caused a scene a year ago, making people lose faith in heroes and slowly undermining their trust. The principal stood to prepare tea, continuing to explain that there had been a conflict about capturing Midoriya. While most heroes wanted to imprison him, All Might had insisted on giving him a chance at you. To change. Katsuki felt his anger boiling as he leaned back in his chair, trying to calm himself. He questioned why they hadn't apprehended Midoriya, deeming him dangerous. The principal explained that as long as Midoriya was on campus, he was under their protection. The kettle whistled, signaling the tea was ready. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 poured the steaming liquid into his cup, and as he sat back down, he mentioned that some pro-heroes were attempting to set up an ambush outside, but they had failed every day. He simply disappeared, and that's when Katsuki's memories clicked into place. He recalled the two black-haired individuals who had been protecting Izuku. He explained that Izuku was not alone, mentioning that he had encountered two of his comrades during their time at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. This revelation caught the principal's attention, causing him to pause mid-bite of a cookie. He expressed surprise, asking if the two were present. Katsuki confirmed that he had met them, along with their allies. The principal mused that this information could aid the police in their investigation, speculating that they might have taken Izuku and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. They continued to discuss the details, with Katsuki doing his best to describe the scenes he had witnessed while 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 attempted to interpret them. Unbeknownst to them, someone was lurking by the door, observing and listening. She thought to herself that Midoriya had finally decided to report the situation before vanishing from sight. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 jolted awake, his eyes meeting the stone ceiling above him. A warm blanket covered his body, and a soft pillow rested beneath his head. He struggled to recall the events of the previous day, but his memories felt fuzzy and distant. A girl's voice echoed in the room, greeting him. Turning his head, he saw a pink-haired girl sitting on a stool, her shirt stained with dirt and sweat as she worked on a complicated mechanism on the table. She informed him that he had been unconscious for almost 3 days, grunting as she tightened a screw. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 felt a sense of familiarity with the girl but couldn't place her. He asked her who she was while holding his head, trying to sit up. She turned to him with a grin, her wide yellow eyes sparkling. She introduced herself as Hatsune Miku, an engineer and one of the certified leaders of the Bane. Curious, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 inquired about his location. She explained that they were in her workshop and that she had been tasked with keeping an eye on him. When he pressed for more details about the place, she revealed that it was underground, in their main base, emphasizing his importance. She then raised a finished product to the light, revealing a metal bracer with 2 blades connected by an invisible wire, calling it a appealing baby. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 questioned what the Bane was, recalling that the term meant a cause of sorrow or despair. He felt an instinctual urge to flee, yet his mind urged him to remain calm and gather information. Placed the machine down and polished it with wax, explaining that the Bane was a large group of people united by a single goal. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 straightened, noting that his clothes were black, reminiscent of a time he couldn't fully remember. He asked her what their goal was. Hatsune sighed and explained that their aim was to spread despair and bring about the downfall of the hero era. Meanwhile, Izuku wore a broad smile, having finally acquired the main ingredient for his impending chaos, Mr. Aizawa's BLD. His plans were set, and all he needed to do was summon the 6 leaders for the initiation. 𝗛𝐿, leaning against the wall while typing on his phone, remarked that Izuku seemed overly happy. Izuku dreamily replied that his plan was slowly unfolding and that soon the entire country would bow to their will. He declared that he was no longer just a fan of villains, he had become one himself. 𝗛𝐿 smirked, acknowledging Izuku's confidence. Izuku continued, explaining that his ambitions extended beyond the country. He envisioned a world under their control, despite the inevitable interference from heroes. 𝗛𝐿 expressed that he had no regrets about joining Izuku. As 𝗛𝐿 headed to the meeting room, Izuku stopped by Hatsune's workshop. He knocked 3 times, only to hear a crash and some muttered curses. After a brief silence, the door opened, revealing Hatsune, who smiled and confirmed she was fine. Izuku noticed 𝐼𝐻𝐬 sitting on a bed at the far end of the room, holding his head as if trying to recall something. He remarked that it had been 3 days and wondered if 𝐼𝐻𝐬 even remembered him. He then inquired about the weapon. Hatsune confidently assured him that it had been upgraded and sharpened to his liking. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 turned his head to see a green-haired teen approaching him. A chill ran down his spine as flashes of syringes and medicine flooded his mind, causing him to wince. He hadn't realized the teen was already standing beside the bed. The boy asked if 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was okay, displaying a concerned expression that contrasted with his villainous role. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, however, reminded himself that they were enemies and questioned why the boy would even care. Izuku feigned a wince before smiling, suggesting that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 should be grateful for his patience and intelligence, or else he might have faced a much harsher fate. He assured 𝐼𝐻𝐬 that he would remember who he was in a few hours and urged him to come along, offering to show him something or suggesting he could wait for Hatsune to return. Reluctantly, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 stood up and followed Izuku as they made their way toward the meeting room on the left side of the training hall, where other villains were engaged in various activities. Just before entering the room, a girl with red hair tied in pigtails approached them, her blue eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She greeted Izuku excitedly, reporting that Bakugou had made his move and informed the heroes about Izuku's activities, which had been anticipated by their group. Izuku nodded, acknowledging that he had expected this development. He shrugged, noting that they would likely be discovered soon, but not until after the festival next month. The girl, named Unseen, received praise from Izuku for her efforts. They entered the meeting room, where the other 4 leaders awaited them. A round marble table with 7 chairs occupied the center of the room. The remaining leaders took their seats, while Izuku insisted that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 join them, as he was part of the discussion. "I will not take the pleasure of sitting with my enemies." The green-haired teen raised an eyebrow, deciding to let it go. "It has been a long time since we all gathered together," Izuku began. He introduced the leaders, 𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐬, Static Glitch, Unseen, Manipulator, Mimic, and their latest leader, Riptide. He pointed at each one, 𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐬, clad in a black bodysuit with red armor plates and a helmet, Static Glitch, dressed in her typical white dress while grooming her nails, Unseen, who remained still in her civilian camouflage attire, Manipulator, appearing bored in his dark clothes, Mimic, combing his blonde hair while still in his uniform, and finally, Riptide, who observed them with his sea-green eyes. "This is our 6 leaders. Quite powerful even when they work alone. Even I can't defeat them together," Izuku remarked with a smile. Mr. Aizawa felt a chill. They were just a group of children, Riptide being the oldest, yet their eyes revealed a depth of danger that was unsettling. "Don't flatter us too much, Midoriya. You're the one who cultivated us, you know our strengths and weaknesses. And that's enough for you to defeat us," Static Glitch said, brushing off invisible dust from her nails. "True, you showed us a way that we've never seen," 𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐬 added. "Back to the topic, please, or I'll make you stop talking," Manipulator groaned, resting his head on the table, his eyes drooping. Izuku remained undeterred. He retrieved a briefcase from beneath the table and opened it, revealing 6 vials filled with glowing purple liquid. "It's the serum I created using the formula I acquired 4 years ago from the 8 Precepts of Death. The main ingredient is Mr. Aizawa's quirk." 𝐼𝐻𝐬 trembled slightly, realizing what they intended to do, and he was not pleased. The thought of them using his quirk for this purpose was troubling. "Soon enough, the heroes will fall. One by one," Izuku declared. Riptide examined the vials. "I can't use my quirk on it. That's not just some kind of liquid, am I right?" he asked, looking at the green-haired boy who had once helped him. Izuku laughed. "No, it's not liquid. It's more of an airborne virus." Bakugou announced that Midoriya might have a group of villains on his side, as 𝐒𝐮𝐧𝐼 reported. The heroes gathered around the table, discussing the multiple villain threats they faced. It was challenging enough to deal with one group of villains, but 3. It seemed nearly impossible to handle them all at once. "Then we will capture him immediately, whether he is inside or outside the campus. We can't let him roam around you," one of the pro-heroes insisted, but the principal shook his head. We can't just capture him like that. The public will react negatively. And we can't afford any more damage to our relationship with the people, he replied. That calls for certain measures. We need to operate from the shadows then. Will do, but the only problem is, we don't have any hero with a suitable quirk for this assignment, let alone the heart to apprehend a child. Mr. Izuku tends to handle this kind of work. I meant to stay in the shadows, not to apprehend a child. Obviously. Aren't we forgetting someone? 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 asked, pointing at the lady with black spiky hair in a white bodysuit. All the heroes turned to her. Midnight felt a chill as their gazes settled on her. Me? She asked, confused. What can I possibly do? It's easy, darling. Make him sleep. Present Mike sang. 1 week later, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 woke up feeling inexplicably hungry, as if she had just emerged from hibernation. She slowly opened her eyes to find herself beneath an unfamiliar rock ceiling. As she turned her head, she looked around, hoping for an explanation, but there was no one in sight. The room was bare, with no windows, just one door, a small coffee table, and the bed. Her memories of the 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐸 incident were still vivid, the villain attack and then someone knocking her unconscious. Miraculously, her tongue had grown back, and her wounds were healed. She noticed her clothes had been changed into white pajamas, and her green hair was braided to one side. A basket full of fruits sat on the small coffee table a meter away from her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's stomach protested loudly, growling in response to her hunger. She attempted to sit up but felt weak, likely from not eating since the incident. Nevertheless, she willed herself to grab an apple and take a bite. Her eyes sparkled. It was the most delicious fruit she had ever tasted. She took another bite, savoring the crispiness and juiciness that exploded in her mouth, her taste buds tingling with delight. Engrossed in her meal, she didn't notice the door opening. You seem to enjoy my hand-picked apples, a cheerful voice said. Startled, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 turned around, cheeks stuffed with apple chunks, to see a chubby woman with green hair. Embarrassed, she swallowed the apple and set the core on the table. Sorry, I'm just very hungry, she squeaked. The woman laughed as she fully opened the door, carrying another basket, this one filled with lunch boxes. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's mouth watered at the sight. The woman handed her a spoon and opened one of the lunch boxes. It didn't matter what was inside, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inhaled the food, asking for more until she was finally full. Once content, she burped and blushed, almost forgetting that she was in an unknown location with a kind stranger. Thank you for the food, she said, fidgeting with her braided hair, which felt unfamiliar. You're welcome, though that was supposed to be for my son, but it's fine, the woman explained, closing the 2 empty lunchboxes. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt a pang of guilt but also anxiety. Ma'am, can I ask where we are right now? 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inquired, her hands in a cat-like position, a habit she had when speaking with others. Underground, even I don't know where this place is located. But rest assured no one will hurt you here, the woman reassured her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was clearly not comforted by that. Who are you? She asked. Izuku Midoriya. Everything clicked into place. Izuku, she had heard the villains refer to him as their leader while she was unconscious. More or less, she had been kidnapped. She willed herself to calm down. You're his mother, she stated, realizing the obvious connection. Izuku nodded. Indeed. Does that mean we are kidnapped? Or are you part of them? The woman frowned at the question. No, sweetie, neither of us are kidnapped. As long as she could remember, she was the first member of Izuku's group of villains, which she had named the Banes of Equality. Izuku wore a sad smile, as if the words she spoke were forced from her lips. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 wanted to delve deeper into the topic of her kidnapping but felt a twinge of guilt about having eaten Midoriya's food. She remarked on how proud Mrs. Midoriya seemed. Izuku adjusted the boxes in the basket, expressing that a mother would always love her child, regardless of their choices. Her true love for her son shone through her words. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 gazed at the apples in the basket, thinking that Izuku had the best mother anyone could ask for. She then questioned whether Midoriya was on the wrong path. The room fell silent as Izuku reflected on her son's struggles. She had tried to guide him, but it pained her to see him sad and angry. She feared that without support, Izuku might break down. With a heavy heart, 𝐼𝐬 realized she could not press further. She watched as 𝐼𝐮𝐬 left the room, handing her a key. 𝐼𝐬 acknowledged the depth of 𝐼𝐮𝐬's love, recognizing her as a devoted mother. Midnight stood outside Midoriya's house, feeling the weight of her mission. She pressed the doorbell, breaking the stillness of the night. The door opened to reveal a cheerful woman with green hair and eyes. Midnight swallowed her guilt, reminding herself that the mission would soon be over. Mrs. Midoriya welcomed her in, curiosity and happiness evident on her face. Midnight forced a smile and presented her hero license, explaining that she needed to talk about her son. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 stepped aside, allowing her to enter. Once inside, Midnight's eyes darted around nervously, taking in the various photos of Izuku as a child. One photo caught her attention: Izuku in a tuxedo, a bored girl with blue hair beside him, and another teen with violet hair holding a suitcase, all against a backdrop of flames. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 offered her a drink, startling Midnight from her thoughts. The tray held tea and tempting cookies, but Midnight's focus was on her mission. She asked if Izuku was home, and 𝐼𝐮𝐽 replied that he hadn't returned the previous night, stating that he was a strong young man capable of taking care of himself. Midnight pressed on, questioning whether 𝐼𝐮𝐽 was worried about her son being a wanted criminal. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 remained silent for a moment before smiling, affirming that she had known her child since 𝐼𝐻. She acknowledged Izuku's villainous reputation but insisted he was still her son. She expressed her weariness of others questioning her son's character, stating that he was a good son, albeit a troubled civilian. An awkward silence fell between them as they ate. Midnight's assignment was to inquire about Izuku's whereabouts, but the atmosphere felt tense. Suddenly, the door opened, and a teenager's voice echoed through the house. Midnight instinctively prepared for the worst as Izuku entered, oblivious to her presence. He wore ordinary black clothes, his innocent face contrasting with his cold, calculating eyes. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 greeted her son warmly, inviting him to join them after he changed. Izuku responded with a cheerful smile, and Midnight couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that they appeared to be a normal family. If she didn't know Izuku's true nature, she might have been fooled. Once Izuku left, 𝐼𝐮𝐽 turned to Midnight, asking her to be gentle with her child. She acknowledged the difficulty of watching a hero come to take him away. Midnight, feeling the weight of 𝐼𝐮𝐽's words, realized the emotional toll this mission was taking on the mother. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 sighed, expressing that it was rare for a hero to visit their home. Usually only the police came with questions. She understood that Midnight was there to take her son, and the tension in the room grew thicker. Midnight hesitated, feeling the conflict within her as she prepared to fulfill her mission. But she was uncertain about what they would do to him. The lone mother looked at her again, as if judging the truth of her words. She expressed her fear, recounting how, when Izuku was 4, people discovered his genius. Unfortunately, he was a quirkless child who idolized villains. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 hugged herself, trying to hold back her tears. Various scientists came to experiment on him, but as a mother, she fought back and they eventually backed away. Midnight tried to seal her heart against the sadness. However, when Izuku turned 5, they took him away from her. She felt helpless as they threatened to harm her child if she attempted to intervene. So, she waited patiently, praying and hoping for his safety, taking a shaky breath as she spoke. Unable to bear it any longer, Midnight stood up and approached 𝐼𝐮𝐽, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. They were heroes, she reassured her, and they would never harm her child, at least not as cruelly as those people had. 𝐼𝐮𝐽 declared her commitment to take responsibility for her son. Suddenly, they heard footsteps running down the stairs, interrupting their conversation. Izuku appeared, dressed in his villain outfit. He raised his hands as if to embrace someone and declared that he was ready to be arrested. The shocked expression on the hero's face made the young villain. He found it amusing, remarking that she looked like a deer caught in headlights. Midnight took a step back, sensing the danger in this child. She could see the calculating glint in his eyes, as if he were devising countless plans with various outcomes, plans that no one could thwart. What was going on in his mind? The story was about to take a darker turn. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 made her way out of the room, the hallways lined with old stone walls. Arched stone windows overlooked the training grounds below, which she was hesitant to approach. She tilted her head upwards, gazing at the domed rock ceiling far beyond her reach. Feeling trapped in an underground castle, she whispered to herself about her hopelessness. She had no idea why the villains allowed her to roam freely or why they had abducted her. It had been 2 days since she woke up, and only an 8-year-old child had come to bring her food and clothes. She had tried asking the child various questions, but the girl only shook her head and walked away. The only thing she had said was that no one would hurt her because 𝐷 would eliminate anyone who tried. Despite this assurance, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt uneasy. When she attempted to go down the stairs and open the door to the villain grounds, the unfriendly looks she received made it clear that her efforts were futile. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 hugged herself, training her eyes back on the young villains below. They looked like ordinary kids, but one glance revealed they were armed with deadly weapons, including guns that made her swallow nervously. One mistake could cost her life. Nonetheless, she needed to escape. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 waited for the young girl to return. The door leading to the staircase opened, and a little girl entered, wearing a black dress with red accents. Her pale blonde hair was braided to one side, similar to how 𝐒𝐮𝐬 had worn hers when she first woke up. The girl's amber eyes sparkled with excitement as she held a tray full of food and drink. She exclaimed that Izuku had said she could play with 𝐒𝐮𝐬, her cheerful voice surprising the teenager. Then she announced that she had brought another captive. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's mouth fell open in shock as she recognized the person stepping out of the door. It was Mr. 𝐼𝐼𝐬. Relief washed over his face when he spotted his student alive and well. Tsuyu was overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down her cheeks while Shoyuta embraced her in a comforting hug. Eri watched the reunion, a smile creeping onto her face. She suggested showing 𝐼𝐼𝐬 his room, tapping their shoulders to get their attention. They followed her deeper into the hallway, the tray of food still in her hands. They stopped at 𝐒𝐮𝐬's room, and Eri pointed to the farthest door, explaining that 𝐼𝐼𝐬 would stay there before handing him a key. He accepted the key and took the tray as well. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 wiped her remaining tears and offered to show him the way. Shoyuta nodded in agreement. The little girl smiled sadly, saying she would leave them to it before walking away. Eri felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped someone would finally befriend her, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 seemed uninterested in playing. Remembering how the frog-like teen had broken down in tears, she sighed, resolving to try again tomorrow. The young villains didn't dare approach her. She had attempted to converse with them, but they either ignored her or walked away. Izuku had said they were afraid of her, but being quirkless, she couldn't understand why they would fear her. She touched her forehead, feeling nothing there. A smile crossed her face. Her cursed quirk was never coming back, or so Izuku had assured her. Her father would not torment her again. Here, she would live in peace. Eri spotted 𝗟𝗚𝐷 sitting at the lower base of the stairs leading to Izuku's office. He looked sad and lost in thought. She approached and sat beside him, studying his expression. 𝗟𝗚𝐷 didn't seem to notice her until she poked his cheek, causing him to jolt in surprise. She asked if he was okay, and he smiled, placing a hand on her head, assuring her he was fine but admitting he was lost in memories. Eri sat beside him, recalling that Izuku had saved him from his madness. She didn't fully understand what that meant. 𝗟𝗚𝐷 sighed and looked up at the domed roof, as if envisioning the blue sky. He explained that Izuku had found him 3 years ago at a beach when he was not himself, having succumbed to darkness. Izuku had stopped him from doing something far worse. Curious, Eri asked what that worse thing was, and 𝗟𝗚𝐷 took a shaky breath, revealing that it had been taking his own life. Eri looked at him with pity, sensing his pain. She asked if that was why he had joined them, but he shook his head, indicating it had not been an immediate decision. But when she discovered that heroes weren't what she thought they would be, she decided to join his cause. The blonde girl remained silent, turning her head to watch the young villains walk away towards their rooms one by one. She reflected on the unfairness of the world. 𝗟𝗚𝐷, once a powerful hero, shared his story. He had faced countless deadly adventures with his friends, always holding on to hope. But now, with that hope extinguished, something within him had shattered. He had found despair. Observing the pro-heroes, he could see their inner corruption. It felt incredibly unjust. Tears welled in his eyes, floating like droplets of water instead of falling to the ground. He expressed his feelings of being a hero without accolades or recognition, forced into dangerous quests that threatened his life and the lives of those he loved. He felt mocked by the gods for a single mistake, declaring himself a true hero in contrast to the corrupted ones around him. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 could sense Riptide's pain, which only intensified her own. The blonde teen felt an unsettling sensation of being watched since moving into the 𝐒 dormitories. Despite his stubbornness and strength, fear crept in. In class, he often felt eyes on him, primarily Izuku's, but now that Izuku had stopped showing up, anxiety filled him. He sensed that someone in the classroom was a villain, but who could it be? 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 scanned his classmates, noting that no one was close to Izuku, yet someone was definitely speaking to him. Iida, the class representative, often interacted with Izuku, and Kirishima seemed too naive to be a villain. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was missing, which raised concerns about her safety. Frustrated, he slammed his fists on the table, startling the class. Present Mike raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the issue, but 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 simply growled in response. The class settled back into discussion, but 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬's mind raced. He recalled the incident at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃, just before he was frozen by 𝗏𝗏. He had seen Uraraka check Tsuyu's pulse. If his memory served him right, could this information help the heroes? If Uraraka was awake and Tsuyu was missing, could she be the villain? 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 turned to observe her, only to find her looking back at him with serious, dark eyes for a fleeting moment before they returned to their usual optimistic gleam. He glared at her, but she merely smiled and waved, leaving him questioning his own perceptions. After an hour of contemplation, he resolved to confront her after school. Whether she was an ally or a villain, she certainly raised suspicions. As Uraraka walked, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She checked the message and smiled at her father's invitation to meet at their usual restaurant for a surprise. However, she soon spotted 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 leaning near the entrance of 𝐒 and inwardly cursed, hiding her phone. She had never liked him, finding his fiery personality overwhelming. Toru called out to her, and although she couldn't see her friend, she could sense Toru's excitement. As Toru approached, she mentioned having something to share about their plan. 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬, growing impatient after waiting for 30 minutes, turned when he heard Uraraka's name. He noticed 𝐒𝐻𝐬 whispering to her, which struck him as odd. Teenage girls often gossiped, but 𝐒𝐻𝐬 was not typically one to do so. Uraraka listened intently, nodding at 𝐒𝐻𝐬's words. When they finished, 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 overheard 𝐒𝐻𝐬's unusual statement about reporting when the sports festival would begin. Reporting? To whom? But, determined to uncover the truth, 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 approached them and gestured for Uraraka to follow him. She bid 𝐒𝐻𝐬 goodbye, and they faced each other on the side of the 𝐒 building, both aware that they held secrets from one another. Yet, they both understood they were adversaries. 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 clenched his jaw, then spoke directly, accusing her of being a minion of the one he despised. Uraraka responded affirmatively, confirming her loyalty to Midoriya. They exchanged fierce glares, with 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 questioning her confidence in that allegiance. Uraraka stood her ground, asserting that no matter what he did, nothing would change as long as Midoriya was alive. She was certain he would save her and her family, just as he had done 5 years ago. 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬, overwhelmed with frustration, punched the wall, causing his knuckles to bleed. He vented his anger, questioning how many people Midoriya intended to control. Uraraka sighed, explaining that he was not controlling anyone. They respected him. 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 demanded to know why they felt that way. Uraraka turned her back to him, declaring that he was their hero before walking away, leaving 𝐾𝐴𝐶𝐬 confused and surprised by her words. He shouted after her, questioning what she meant by hero. Uraraka, also known as defying in her villain persona, twirled in her elegant red dress, the fabric flowing beautifully with her movements. A silver hairband glinted in the light of the chandeliers far above her head. Pearl earrings dangled from each of her ears, and another hung as a necklace around her neck. She looked appealing, attractive, and wealthy. She was ready for her family dinner. Leaving the mansion with a smile, she was driven by her chauffeur to her favorite restaurant. It was a simple, small establishment on the edge of the forest, a place frequented by the hard-working individuals from the nearby construction site. Just seeing it made her heart churn with memories. As she entered, the restaurant was as clean and appealing as she remembered. Wooden chairs and tables lined up neatly, the counter was spotless, and Japanese paintings adorned the walls. The only chandelier, donated by the 𝐼𝐼𝐬 family, hung high alongside Japanese lanterns. Her parents were seated at their favorite spot at the very edge of the room. Ochako beamed and ran towards them, the place empty since it was almost 8 p.m. The owner was thrilled to have them dine in his restaurant and even served them himself. Her father smiled as he requested their usual meal from Mr. Kawakashi. They ate and talked, and then her parents revealed a surprise. With excitement, they exclaimed, revealing a pair of black armored shoes with a metal exterior and red streaks, just as she liked. Her father mentioned that he had ordered them made for her, but her mother quickly corrected him, saying it was a joint design. Ochako hugged her parents tightly. The more she saw them happy, the more she began to forget her past as a villain. She didn't regret joining the 𝐼𝐻𝐽s. She didn't regret the help she had given to Izuku. 7 years ago, she had been sitting on a swing, sobbing and covering her eyes. A boy with green hair and eyes approached her, asking why she was crying. She explained that her father had collapsed and they couldn't afford to take him to the hospital. The boy sat on the swing beside her and offered to help, but only if she helped him in return. She was filled with hope and introduced herself as Uraraka Ochako, extending her hand to him. He stopped his swing and shook her hand, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. That was the beginning of their friendship, which blossomed as their mothers quickly got along and borrowed money to help her father. As time passed, her father stopped working, and her mother worked tirelessly to support the family. Ochako feared her mother might fall ill too, but there was little she could do. A year later, her mother began to suffer from overwork, and once again, Ochako ran to Izuku, tears streaming down her face, pleading for help. Izuku reminded her of their first meeting and suggested they help each other once more. However, she sensed a change in him. His demeanor darkened, and his eyes became cold and calculating. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, the leader of the 𝐼𝐻𝐽s, and extended his hand, asking her to join them with loyalty and faith. As the memory faded, she released her family hug, realizing that her actions had saved her parents' lives. Wiping her tears, she expressed her love for them, and they returned the sentiment. Yes, she was a villain. Yes, she was selfish. Yes, she was sinful. But her love for her parents was stronger than anything, and she regretted nothing. It was almost midnight when 𝐼𝐻𝐽 returned home from the 𝐼𝐻𝐽's lair. Approaching the front gate, she froze upon spotting a trail of blood leading from the open gate to her door, where a young man lay unconscious. Recognizing him as Shuto, the son of the second most powerful hero, she didn't panic. Instead, she removed her bloody jacket and draped it over the injured teenager. As a mother, she couldn't just leave a boy outside to suffer. She retrieved her gun from her side and discreetly placed it in her food basket along with the bullets, wanting to ensure the young hero wouldn't feel afraid when she woke him. The lone mother gently shook Shuto, careful to avoid the serious injury on his neck and arm. She called out to him, urging him to wake up, receiving a groan of protest in response. She informed him that she couldn't carry him inside and that he needed to stand up. Shuto opened his eyes slowly, surprised to see the green-haired woman leaning over him. Despite his painful condition, he greeted her, wishing her a good night. She encouraged him to stand, promising to support half of his weight. The teen nodded weakly, managing to use his quirk to freeze his wounds. They moved slowly, with Shuto's right arm draped around the woman's neck as he leaned against her shoulder. They made their way to the 3-step stairs, and she opened the door, nearly stumbling over the floor mat as they entered. The lone mother settled the wounded teenager on the couch before heading to get the first aid, placing her basket on the kitchen counter. She asked what had happened, her gentle hands dabbing a cotton ball soaked in alcohol on his unfrozen wounds, causing him to wince. He explained it was just a little quarrel with a girl. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 looked at him closely, searching for any signs of deception but finding none. She inquired about the girl, adding that she hoped he didn't mind her asking. 𝗏𝗏 hesitated, staring at the wooden floor as if it held all the answers. He revealed that the girl was a villain he didn't know, who blamed him for her family's death. He closed his eyes, trying to recall the painful memory, and admitted he thought he understood what she meant. The lone mother looked at him with sympathy as she bandaged his wounds, smiling gently. She suggested he sit still while she prepared something to eat, receiving a weak nod from 𝗏𝗏. Once she left, he sighed and closed his eyes again, remembering the villain who had attacked him after he ran away from home. He recalled her sky-blue hair and eyes, her short white dress, the anger on her face, and her words that echoed in his mind, "It's all your fault. You and your cursed father. You took my whole family away." He longed to apologize, but instead he had fled. 𝗏𝗏 felt the weight of the lives he had taken, both innocent and guilty. Among those he had harmed was the villain's family. It pained him to know he had killed without knowing their names, leaving him feeling like a monster. Opening his eyes, he scanned the room to distract himself from the guilt that burned within him. However, he made a mistake when he spotted a picture. In it, the villain stood casually beside Izuku, her expression calm and indifferent, a stark contrast to the anger she had shown him. 𝗏𝗏 felt a spark of determination. He wanted to apologize to her, at least to one of those he had wronged. 𝗏𝐽𝐽 entered the living room, carrying a bowl of hot soup, and set it in front of him on the coffee table. Concerned, she noted that he looked paler than before and asked what was wrong. He snapped out of his daydream and pointed to the picture by the television, asking who the blue-haired girl was. 𝗏𝐽𝐽 settled onto the other couch and explained that she was one of Izuku's first friends, named 𝐼𝐻𝐽. She described her as an appealing and lovely child, lamenting that if she hadn't joined Izuku, she would likely have become a great musician. Unfortunately, her parents had been caught in a terrible accident. 𝗏𝗏 felt a glimmer of hope and inquired about the accident. 𝗏𝐽𝐽 shrugged, explaining that Kana was a shy girl who didn't share much about her past. 𝗏𝗏 looked at the picture one last time, vowing to find her and apologize, even if it cost him his life. She was the key to his self-forgiveness. Later, Shinso Hitoshi, known as the Manipulator, was the right hand of the mastermind of the 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, Izuku, and the head of the 6 leaders. Within the lair, everyone respected him, some even cowering in fear at his presence. It was a significant responsibility, but he was a different person outside of his villainous work. His parents and classmates were unaware of his true identity. He was just a normal student at 𝐼𝐻𝐽 in general studies. Other higher-level students treated him poorly, but he didn't let it bother him. He had the power to enter the hero course if only Izuku allowed it, but this was part of the plan, and he couldn't afford to mess it up. If he remembered correctly, Izuku had sent 2 leaders to the heroic department, one to the side heroes department, and one to general studies, which was him, a total of 4 𝐻𝐽s roaming around the campus. However, the plan became shaky when Izuku was confined by the heroes. Shinso didn't know where they had taken him or what they were doing, but he was determined to see the plan through. 𝗏𝐽𝐽 would temporarily replace him. He sighed silently, finding the discussion increasingly dull, though he knew he had to be patient. Their main objective was to ensure that the heroes continued with the Sports Fest, an event that was approaching quickly. All for one might become an obstacle sooner or later, but hopefully their new recruits, handpicked by Izuku, would help them navigate this unavoidable challenge. He snapped out of his daydream when he heard the teacher call his name, realizing it was going to be a long day ahead. When he reached the 𝐻𝐽's lair, the sun was setting on the horizon. The training grounds were nearly empty, with only a few kids playing games nearby. Shinso scanned the area, looking for something or someone of interest. That's when he noticed him. Leaning against the wall next to the entrance to Izuku's office was 𝗟𝗃s, sitting silently on the steps. He appeared deep in thought, his sea-green eyes fixed on the far end of the training quadrangle. For some reason, Shinso found him comforting to be around. People often felt uncomfortable around him once they discovered his quirk, but 𝗟𝗃s didn't feel threatened by Shinso, even after he had manipulated his mind. They were similar to Izuku, and for Shinso, that made them the strongest kind of people. Shinso observed the taller villain, who blinked a few times before looking up. He seemed lost, contemplating his past. He fidgeted with a worn-out necklace tied around his wrist and expressed how much he missed his old life. 𝗀𝐿 was taken aback. He had never heard anyone in the Banes voice such thoughts, not even himself after enduring years of suffering. Perseus added that he wished he had died back then. 𝗀𝐿 snapped his gaze to him, glaring fiercely. He urged Perseus not to say such things, reminding him that Midoriya had saved him just as he had saved 𝗀𝐿. He insisted that Perseus should be grateful to be alive and part of the Banes. A heavy silence fell between them. 𝗀𝐿 noticed the pain reflected in Perseus's sea-green eyes, reminiscent of his own struggles a decade ago. He leaned against the wall, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Though not typically talkative, he sensed that Perseus needed encouragement. 𝗀𝐿 began to share his own story, revealing that he had attempted to end his life multiple times as a child. He recalled how he discovered his quirk through a terrifying incident during a childhood fight. He had innocently told another child to harm himself, and when the boy attempted to do so, 𝗀𝐿 had panicked and yelled for him to stop just in time. He explained the aftermath, being bullied, avoided by peers, and the accidents that followed due to his quirk. His voice was monotonous, almost bored, as he recounted the events leading up to Midoriya finding him. Perseus interjected, affirming that Midoriya had indeed found 𝗀𝐿. 𝗀𝐿 smirked and corrected him, stating that he had found Midoriya instead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 𝗀𝐿 found himself running through a dark alley, wounds throbbing on his body. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed, his cries echoing in the emptiness. He had faced bullying before, but that day had been the worst. On Parents' Day, his classmates had blamed his parents, and he could see the sadness in their eyes as they walked through the campus. It dawned on him that he was dragging his parents down with him. For 2 years, he had been isolated from the world, submerged in the ignorance and fear of those around him. He lived in constant pain and despair, trying to bury his feelings deep inside, afraid to involve anyone, even his loving parents. Each day, he felt an urge to harm himself, a desperate instinct to escape his torment. One evening, he pulled out a cutter from his pocket, unsure why he had it. He aimed it at his neck, guilt building in his chest as his hands trembled. He felt ready to end his suffering, believing that it would be a relief for everyone. Suddenly, everything turned red. 𝗀𝐿 gasped, his eyes wide with fear as he saw the cutter embedded in the arm of a boy with green hair and large eyes. The boy asked if 𝗀𝐿 was scared, his expression calm despite the situation. 𝗀𝐿 couldn't respond, paralyzed by the intensity of his fear. The boy pulled the cutter from his arm and tossed it aside, assuring 𝗀𝐿 that the cut wasn't deep. He explained that even if he hadn't intervened, 𝗀𝐿 would have survived with only a shallow wound. Gradually, 𝗀𝐿 regained his senses and apologized, tears flowing once more. The boy extended his hand, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya with a bright smile. He explained that he couldn't bear to see someone waste their life and offered to help 𝗀𝐿 if he ever felt that way again. Feeling a sense of camaraderie, 𝗀𝐿 accepted the handshake, introducing himself as 𝗀𝐿 Hitoshi. He confessed his exhaustion with the world. Izuku shrugged, acknowledging that they were all tired of it. 𝗀𝐿 managed a weak smile, sensing he had found a true friend. Later, 𝗀𝐿 reflected on his past, finding it strange and surreal. Perseus pointed out that it seemed like Izuku had found him, not the other way around. Izuku explained that the hidden place they were in had been concealed for years, surrounded by a maze of alleyways. 𝗀𝐿 felt trapped and asked how they could get back. Izuku suggested that 𝗀𝐿 use his quirk and race out, noting that since he was quirkless, 𝗀𝐿 had the advantage. He could fly, climb the walls, and more. He shrugged. 𝗀𝐿 was taken aback and blinked a few times, feeling uncertain about his own abilities. He admitted that his quirk wasn't particularly useful and that he disliked using it, fidgeting with his shirt. Izuku, curious, asked what his quirk was. The violet-haired boy closed his eyes, fearing he might lose another friend today. He didn't want to lie to someone he had just met. He was determined to be true to himself, regardless of how the other might react. He quietly revealed that his quirk was human manipulation. A moment of silence followed, then Izuku exclaimed how cool that was and asked if 𝗀𝐿 could use it on him. The fanboy side of the little villain emerged, his hands clasped together as if pleading to be manipulated. 𝗀𝐸 was surprised by this unexpected reaction. It was the first time someone had expressed such enthusiasm about his quirk. Izuku didn't seem disgusted or angry. He genuinely liked it. 𝗀𝐸 hesitated, explaining that he needed Izuku to talk before he could properly manipulate him. The small villain nodded, beginning to speak, but his green eyes turned purple and his body froze. A twinge of guilt washed over 𝗀𝐸 as he commanded Izuku to show him the way out. The green-haired boy complied, leading him through a maze of alleyways and streets until they reached the exit. Once free, 𝗀𝐸 released Izuku from his control, expecting mockery or hostility. Instead, Izuku began to speak rapidly about how 𝗀𝐸 could only control someone who responded to him, and how he still retained his consciousness even while moving. He acknowledged the danger but emphasized the importance of such a quirk. He expressed a wish to have a quirk like 𝗀𝐸's, one that allowed for choices. 𝗀𝐸 was taken aback by Izuku's sudden outburst. He didn't panic or cry. Instead, he observed the mumbling boy as he took notes on 𝗀𝐸's quirk and its details. Izuku mused that it was either possible to be a powerful hero or an even more powerful villain, a thought that caught 𝗀𝐸's attention. He had never considered it that deeply until now. With a hand on the back of his head, 𝗀𝐸 declared that he could join Izuku wherever he went. He felt he owed him for saving him, regardless of whether they were heroes or villains. Izuku's quick decision-making amused 𝗀𝐸, who reflected on his own past choices. He admitted that he had been a child back then, unaware of his actions, but he had no regrets. Midoriya had shown him how to develop and control his quirk, and he felt indebted to him for saving his life on multiple missions. Curious, the older teen asked about 𝗀𝐸's family. 𝗀𝐸 explained that Midoriya had offered to protect his family, even suggesting they could be sheltered in the second base. This made 𝗀𝐸 ponder where Midoriya truly belonged. Perseus stood on the shore, gazing longingly at the dark sea as rain poured heavily around him. Despite the downpour, he remained dry, his thoughts consumed by memories of loss. He lamented the gods, feeling the weight of his past mistakes. He had been banished from his world due to a single tragic error, which had cost him everything: his family, friends, and home. In despair, he used the water to lift himself above the ground, closing his eyes. Without his loved ones, he felt empty in this strange new world, contemplating whether it would be better to end his life than to succumb to madness and become a monster. He leaped into the unknown below, indifferent to the name of the land beneath him, wishing only to forget. But fate intervened when a girl with blue hair appeared and grabbed his arm, teleporting him back to the shore. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he questioned why she had saved him. She explained that Midoriya had commanded her to do so, pointing to the green-haired boy who smiled at him. Midoriya expressed his disdain for watching someone waste their life, suggesting that if Perseus truly wished to die, he would do it himself. Perseus, feeling a surge of power from the kids around him, coldly asked to be left alone. The sea responded, pushing the two villains away with a powerful wave, but they teleported right back to him. Midoriya remarked on the waste of potential in wanting to end his life. Suddenly, Perseus felt a sharp pain in his side, as if stabbed, but the wound quickly healed with the rainwater. Midoriya questioned Perseus's place in this world, suggesting he join them to learn about it. Perseus, with tears blurring his vision, asked why they cared. Midoriya shrugged, explaining that it was his first time meeting someone with the power to alter the weather. Perseus glared, accusing him of taking advantage of him. Midoriya clarified that he was trying to save him, pointing out the consequences of his actions and the inevitable pursuit by heroes if they discovered his past. Perseus argued that Midoriya had saved him himself, to which Midoriya responded that it was a second chance. 𝗀𝐸 laughed, teasing about the dramatic nature of the story, while Midoriya smirked, noting that it was even crazier than his own. 𝗀𝐸 reflected on how he had joined the 𝐼𝐵𝐼𝐻 after realizing the unfairness of the world, expressing his disdain for the system. 𝗀𝐸 looked at Midoriya, contemplating their shared experiences. The heroes confined him in the hospital, a rude gesture in his eyes. They believed he had lost his mind. While he might be a bit eccentric, he didn't suffer from any mental illness. They even made him wear a straitjacket, leaving him feeling like an animal trapped in a cage. Izuku sighed, realizing they had stripped him of all his belongings. His weapons and clothes were gone, but at least they allowed him to keep his undergarments. Midnight walked beside him, her expression unreadable, but he could sense her thoughts. How could Midoriya give up so easily? He smirked, his eyes darting around until they landed on a map near a fire extinguisher. One quick glance was all it took for him to memorize its details. As they walked, he had to be careful not to get caught staring. Izuku waited patiently, 2 meters away, counting down. He suddenly coughed, blood spilling from his mouth as he leaned against the wall beside the map for support. He glanced at the map for a brief moment before Midnight approached him, concern etched on her face. She asked what had happened, gripping his shoulders and leaning in to check on him. He smiled, claiming he had accidentally bitten his tongue out of nervousness, mentioning the insane straitjacket they had put him in. Midnight sighed and pulled a red handkerchief from her pocket, instructing him to stay still as she wiped the blood from his mouth. She explained that she had insisted on putting the jacket on him, but the security was too high. Izuku thought to himself that she was a very kind woman. The blood on the white jacket didn't wash away, making him look like a troubled child from an asylum. Nevertheless, they continued deeper into the hallway. He stared blankly ahead, mentally examining the map. A crooked grin formed on his lips as he realized they were keeping All Might here. How convenient. When Midnight stopped, he halted as well, shaking off his thoughts. She murmured a name, Mirio Togata, and he turned to see a blonde teenager, probably older than him, sitting solemnly on a lined red chair. Across the hall, a white double door likely led to where All Might was being kept. Mirio greeted Midnight with a smile, explaining that he was waiting for Sir Night-Eye. Midnight informed him that she and Izuku were heading toward the interrogation room in the basement. Mirio nodded and then turned his attention to the blood-covered teen standing beside her. Izuku attempted a smile, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Mirio introduced himself as one of the big three. The villain's smile widened at the unexpected friendliness directed toward him. Mirio simply shrugged, stating he treated everyone as human beings, including villains. Izuku laughed, causing more blood to spill from his mouth, intrigued by Mirio's demeanor. He warned Mirio that such a merciful personality could lead to his downfall, advising him to be careful before he began to walk away, his cold eyes scanning the long hallway ahead, with Midnight trailing behind. The young hero watched the villains back until they became mere figures in the distance. He sensed something ominous about Mirio. He was both intimidating and menacing, especially with those green eyes. He was dangerous. Izuku analyzed Mirio, one of the strongest students at 𝐿. He had heard of him from ♯but hadn't expected the strongest to pose such a significant threat. One wrong move could put him at a disadvantage. As they approached a massive elevator that could carry a truck, Midnight urged him to cooperate. After what felt like an eternity in the slow ride, the elevator stopped, opening to reveal another long, empty hallway lined with white tiles and lights. Ahead stood a large circular metal door. Midnight announced her name, and the door clicked open like an elevator door. Izuku took mental notes, analyzing everything around him. They entered a vast inner lair of the heroes, wider than his own hideout. Busy heroes and professionals moved about, carrying various items. Izuku quickly spotted the interrogation room, adjacent to another large metal door that likely led to the lower floors where the most dangerous villains were kept. His grin widened in his mind at the thought of the Nomu. Some heroes paused to give him looks, some filled with hatred, others with pity. He could always distinguish between the two types of heroes. Midnight ushered him into another metal door leading to the interrogation room. Detectives, police, and heroes turned to observe them. Izuku smiled lazily, his amusement growing when he spotted 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐿 sitting in the waiting area, his face grim and his eyes glaring at him. 𝐻𝐵𝐷 greeted Midnight, his expression as unreadable as ever. She reported that her assignment was complete, beckoning Izuku to follow the detective. He complied, raising suspicion among the others. Izuku and Detective Nakamura entered the soundproof room, while 𝐻𝐵𝐷, Midnight, the police officials, and 𝗟𝗏𝐻 stood outside by the one-way mirror, each harboring different feelings. Nakamura sat across from Izuku, who continued to smile at his own amusement. The detective began the interrogation, stating Izuku's name and his alleged crimes, asking for his defense. His hands were clasped together as he glared at Izuku's cold eyes, which simply frowned in response. The villain leaned forward and admitted his actions, questioning why they hadn't stopped him when they knew how many he had taken. His eyes sharpened as he faced the one-sided mirror, locking onto 𝗟𝗏𝐻's gaze, unsettling the professionals in the room. He turned back to the detective, who maintained a stern expression. The detective explained that Izuku was a minor and that All Might had insisted he remain free for a while to allow for a chance at redemption. However, All Might was now on his deathbed, a victim of his own student. Nakamura leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment to calm his rising anger. Izuku raised an eyebrow, questioning how it could be his fault that the symbol of hope was in such a state. The detective nodded, revealing that they had heard from Mr. Bakugou about Izuku's involvement in the incident alongside 2 other villains. There was a moment of silence as Izuku pointed out that the shipwreck was hundreds of meters away from the fight, questioning how they could assume he was responsible for the crisis. He was curious about what the heroes had gleaned from his childhood friend. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal a tall man with a grim expression. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 adjusted his glasses and closed the door behind him. He mentioned the explosion, explaining that they had discovered Shudo Todoroki had been in a panic afterward. When they had tried to question him, all he could express was confusion about the incident. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, acknowledging his cunning. He remarked on Izuku's intelligence, suggesting that the explosion had been a calculated move to exploit Todoroki's already anxious state, freezing everyone at the scene. While some villains were immobilized, so were the students. Izuku smiled, acknowledging that immobilizing both enemies would lead to victory. During the chaos, he had managed to take both 𝐼𝐻𝐻 and 𝐼𝐴𝐺𝐸, a conclusion the heroes had reached after 2 weeks of investigation. The room fell silent as everyone awaited Izuku's response. Even 𝗟𝗏𝐻 felt uncertain about his own conclusion, realizing the risks involved in making such accusations. Izuku leaned back in his chair, staring at the white ceiling. He mused about how heroes often assumed they were always right and good, while villains could also become heroes, just as heroes could turn into villains. He noted that even he, as the leader of the villains, had to remain vigilant against those who might betray him and align with the heroes. He mentioned a conversation he had with Shudo, teasing the detective about what Shudo had said. Before the detective could respond, the door burst open. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 stood there, gritting his teeth, anger burning in his eyes as flames flickered around him. He accused Izuku of trying to turn his son into a villain, marching toward him with fury. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 intervened, stepping between them to prevent further conflict. Izuku countered 𝗟𝗏𝐻's accusation by pointing out that it was the hero's own actions that had led to Shudo's current state. He argued that constant training and pressure would not create a powerful hero but could lead to confusion and mental breakdowns. The atmosphere in the interrogation room grew tense as 𝗟𝗏𝐻's flames began to diminish. Izuku continued, highlighting how he had once offered Shudo a chance to escape his father's oppressive grasp, but Shudo had declined, concerned for his family. His words struck deep, revealing 𝗟𝗏𝐻's weaknesses as a father. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 blinked back tears, his fiery demeanor fading. Midnight approached him, attempting to offer comfort, but he turned away, retreating to the chair where he had been waiting. Izuku's expression turned serious as he faced the detective again, inquiring about the next steps. He suggested that 𝐼𝐴𝐺𝐸 might also be in danger. Detective Nakamura leaned back in his chair, acknowledging the difficulty of pursuing this case. He noted that 𝐼𝐻𝐻 and 𝐼𝐴𝐺𝐸 were likely hidden somewhere, jotting down notes. Izuku shrugged, teasing that while there was a high possibility 𝐼𝐴𝐺𝐸 would join them, he hadn't mentioned having Mr. Aizawa with him. He mused about the possibility of the League of Villains abducting him instead. 𝗟𝗏𝐻 glared at him, wanting to test his quirk on the villain but feeling uncertain. The detective pressed on, asking where Izuku had kept 𝐼𝐴𝐺𝐸. Izuku laughed, a light-hearted sound that belied the tension in the room. He questioned why the detective would ask when he knew he wouldn't get an answer. Night Eye remained skeptical, recognizing the innocence in Izuku's demeanor but sensing the danger lurking behind his eyes. Izuku offered a clue, hinting at something hidden beneath. The detective then inquired about Shuto Todoroki, who had gone missing the previous night, asking if Izuku had abducted him as well. Izuku sighed in exasperation, claiming he was too busy with other matters to keep track of every villain he held. He expressed his disinterest in being a tyrant. Each question posed by the detective seemed to roll off Izuku's back, as he either admitted to his actions or feigned ignorance. It was the first time the detective had encountered someone so unrepentant, making the interrogation all the more perplexing. It felt rather odd, as if being toyed with by a child. The detective's question lingered in the air, probing into Izuku's past. He froze, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the detective. He firmly stated that his parents had no involvement in his actions, his voice a mix of resolve and desperation. Everyone in the room understood the weight of family ties. Night Eye pulled up a chair beside the table and settled in, crossing his feet as he regarded Izuku. He pressed further, asking if he was certain that his parents were uninvolved. Izuku's response was unwavering, his tone more assertive this time, signaling that his family was not to be discussed. Yet, Night Eye couldn't shake the feeling that this child, who had chosen a dark path, had innocent parents. It seemed unfathomable that a child could turn to villainy if raised with love and guidance. The detective inquired about Izuku's motivations for becoming a villain. Izuku's gaze dropped to the table, frustration evident in his demeanor. He expressed his disdain for heroes, claiming that their morality was inconsistent. He revealed that he had always dreamed of being a villain, a notion that baffled both the detective and Night Eye. He recounted how people had labeled him as cursed and crazy during his childhood, questioning why it was wrong for a child to see villains as heroes. The pro-heroes were momentarily speechless, grappling with the implications of his words. Night Eye, feeling the weight of the situation, closed his eyes briefly before taking a deep breath and asking Izuku about his ultimate goal. Izuku's response was nonchalant, revealing that he sought nothing less than the downfall of the hero era. Meanwhile, Shuto slowly regained consciousness, groaning as he felt a throbbing pain in his head. The bright light made him squint as he attempted to sit up. He realized he was still in Izuku's home, surrounded by an array of drawings depicting various heroes and villains, each rendered with intricate detail. Some were colorful, while others remained unfinished. As he removed the green blanket from around him, he struggled to stand, his vision blurring. He leaned against a nearby wheeled chair, nearly losing his balance, but the chair's stopper prevented him from falling. After a moment of calming his nerves, he turned the chair around and sat down, taking in the artwork that adorned the walls. Familiar faces of heroes like Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Midnight brought back memories. His gaze landed on a vibrant drawing of All Might, accompanied by a note that read, "The symbol of hope and the only true hero, Stain." Below it, another note caught his attention, "Wasn't expecting Shuto Todoroki to ruin my plans," accompanied by a scribble of a smiling Izuku. Shuto's heart raced as he looked away, overwhelmed by a wave of regret. Tears threatened to spill as he turned his head and spotted another drawing that struck him deeply. It depicted his mother, portrayed with exquisite detail, looking youthful and vibrant in a dark blue hero outfit, her silver hair tied back. Above her image were the words, "Thank you for saving us, Kana Miki and Izuku Midoriya." The realization that his mother had once been a hero hit him hard, leaving him in shock. Izuku Midoriya, a loving and devoted mother, often found herself navigating the shadows to protect her son. She made her way down to the lair of the Banes, greeted with respect by the villains who acknowledged her presence. Feeling a sense of belonging, she entered her son's office and took a seat in the black leather chair. Pulling out a hidden laptop, she powered it on, her mind racing with worry about Shuto's safety. As she connected to the lair's wireless network, Izuku's determination grew. She had learned to hack after discovering her son's path, believing it was the only way to help him. Her fingers danced across the keyboard as she attempted to breach the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 system, driven by a mother's instinct to protect her child. Izuku had even planted a GPS device in Izuku's clothing, which included a tiny camera and microphone for her to monitor him. She felt the weight of her choices, knowing that as a mother, the thought of losing her child was unbearable regardless of his choices. As she continued her efforts to connect, fatigue began to set in, but she refused to give up. The clock ticked towards 8 in the morning as she focused intently on the screen, hoping for a sign of her son's safety. "Come on," she pleaded. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 sighed in relief as she clicked on the live button. The screen revealed a room with a white ceiling and an emergency light hanging to the side. She could hear voices discussing the fate of the Green Reaper's clothes. A woman wondered what would happen to him, while a man suggested they keep the clothes and not rush orders since they were still busy interrogating the villain. The conversation turned to speculation about his punishment, discussing options like 50 years in prison or even a death sentence, though they acknowledged he was still a minor. The worry for her son intensified, and 𝐒𝐮𝐽 felt a surge of anxiousness. She needed to save him. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 leaned against the window, gazing at the training area for the young villains. She often wondered where they came from and why they had chosen this path. 𝐿𝐬, observing the children play below, asked if she was thinking about it again. 𝐼𝐬 nodded, expressing her discomfort at seeing children as villains. 𝐿𝐬 agreed, noting how they resembled a group of kids at summer camp. Suddenly, a girl's voice caught their attention, and 𝐼𝐬 leaned closer to get a better look. She spotted a redhead with blue eyes speaking with someone. 𝐼𝐬 gasped, covering her mouth. It was 𝐼𝐻𝐬. 𝐂𝐮𝐬's voice was filled with uncertainty as he acknowledged her presence. 𝐼𝐬 trembled, tears streaming down her face. It was hard to believe her friend had joined the villains, especially someone as kind as 𝐻𝐻𝐬. 𝐿𝐬 pulled her away from the window, and 𝐼𝐬 stumbled onto the cold stone floor, still in disbelief. 𝐿𝐬 shared his shock, realizing that the most positive of his students was now casually conversing with one of the leaders of the villains. He explained that 𝐻𝐻𝐬 was one of the 6 leaders, meaning she had been part of this for a long time. 𝐼𝐬 wiped her tears and stood up, her voice heavy with dread as she declared her intention to return to her room. 𝐿𝐬 watched her go, feeling pity for the girl who must be grappling with feelings of betrayal and sadness. However, he remained, knowing the conversation below was crucial. Leaning back against the window, he overheard the redhead informing 𝐻𝐻𝐬 that Mrs. Midoriya had discovered the hero's hideout where they were keeping Izuku, and they needed to save him. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 expressed confidence that Izuku would be fine, but if Mrs. Midoriya insisted on their help, they would comply. The sound of a crackling microphone echoed through the speakers, announcing that the 6 leaders of the villains were being called to the MSDR's office. The redhead excitedly urged 𝐻𝐻𝐬 to go, and with a flash, she disappeared, leaving only her clothes behind. 𝐮𝐻𝐬's eyes widened in shock as he watched the 2 girls dash across the stone grounds. He realized the implications of their quirks and personalities. 𝐿𝐬 knocked on 𝐼𝐬's door, needing to speak with her urgently. After a moment, she opened the door, her eyes puffy and red from crying. He asked if he could enter, and she nodded silently. They sat opposite each other, 𝐼𝐬 on the bed and 𝐿𝐬 in a chair. He hesitated, unsure whether to reveal what he had seen, but knew he had to be honest. He explained that it was hard to believe 𝐻𝐻𝐬 was with the villains, but there was something even more heartbreaking. 𝐼𝐬 looked down at the floor and asked if 𝗂𝗏 was with her. 𝐿𝐬 nodded, surprised by her knowledge. She explained that she had suspected them for a while, having seen them talking in private, but had ignored it because they were friends. 𝐿𝐬 understood her feelings and shared that the leaders planned to rescue Izuku that night, presenting their only chance to escape. 𝐼𝐬's eyes brightened, but she raised concerns about the surveillance cameras. 𝐿𝐬 reassured her that he had studied the underground chamber and found areas without surveillance. If they followed his plan, they could reach a metal hatch. 𝐼𝐬 questioned how they would open it, and 𝐿𝐬 suggested they could persuade one of the young villains to help them. 𝐼𝐬 hesitated, worried about the implications of such an action, but 𝐿𝐬 insisted it was their last resort. Meanwhile, 𝐮𝐻𝐬 struggled with a locked door, feeling frustrated as he called out for Mrs. Midoriya without success. His quirk was still weak, and he didn't want to cause any damage in her home. After trying the window, he slumped onto the bed, grappling with the revelation that his mother had once been a hero. It was both amazing and disappointing to learn that she had saved Izuku and Kana in the past, leaving him with many unanswered questions about when, how, and why. A knock at the door startled him. He looked down from the window to see a familiar blonde woman standing by the gate, Bakugou's mother. "You are found guilty of all crimes committed. You shall now be punished accordingly," the detective announced. Izuku sighed, frowning as he was assisted by the pro-hero Night-Eye. Together, they exited the interrogation room and approached another sealed door. "This is where we keep the most dangerous villains. For the time being, you will stay here," Detective Nakamura explained. Midnight bent down to the eye scanner, receiving 2 blips of green light before the sealed door opened. Izuku commented on the light security, but everyone typically ignored him. The hallway was well lit, with 2 guards stationed at each door, holding advanced weapons. They ventured deeper, and Izuku caught sight of some names written on the doors. Inside, he felt a rush of excitement as he realized that some of the villains he admired were just on the other side. Night-Eye noticed the sparkle in Izuku's eyes and warned him not to plan anything sneaky, urging him to keep moving. Izuku sighed, feeling a bit insulted. They stopped in front of a blank door. Next to it was a large metal door, oddly without a guard. He mused about the monster locked inside, smiling at the thought. Midnight smiled back, acknowledging his keen observation. Night-Eye, however, coldly requested that they not praise him and open the door by entering a hidden code. Night-Eye gently pushed Izuku inside. He explained that once the door closed, the restraints would be loosened and said goodbye. Just before the door shut, Mr. Nakamura reminded Night-Eye that All Might had suggested using his quirk on Izuku, which Night-Eye accepted. Izuku, feeling exasperated, sat on the bed and awaited the door's closure, only to see it open again. He teased about their brief separation, his feet swinging at the edge of the bed. Night-Eye shook his head, instructing Izuku to remain still while he used his quirk. Izuku complied with a light shrug, expressing curiosity about the future Night-Eye could see. However, Night-Eye's expression turned serious, and he warned Izuku not to bring up certain topics. Izuku frowned, sensing the tension in Night-Eye's demeanor. A heavy silence filled the room, and Night-Eye's fear became palpable. He abruptly withdrew his hands from Izuku's shoulders, leaving the villain confused. "You need to die," Night-Eye stated, his voice low and intense. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was unaware of the time or how many days they had been trapped in the villain lair. No villain dared to approach them, and they seemed to be ignored, except for 𝐼𝐸 and the 6 leaders. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 found this peculiar. He had expected the younger villains to at least mock them, but instead, they treated them as if they were invisible. 𝐼𝐸 explained that someone was protecting them, hinting that a certain leader would be displeased if anyone bothered them. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 pondered the leader's motives, wondering if they were part of a larger plan. He observed the 6 leaders chatting with the younger villains, noting their cheerful demeanor, which suggested that their plan was progressing well. Time was running out, and their chance of escape was approaching. While his quirk was useful in one-on-one battles, it was ineffective against multiple opponents, especially without his scarf. "Mr. Aizawa, they are leaving," 𝐼𝐸 said, pointing to the leaders standing before a metal door. She looked pale and weak, distressed at seeing her friends become enemies. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that once the leaders were gone, they would wait the moment before taking action. The leaders conversed briefly before the bandaged one opened the door, and they stepped outside. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt nervous. This was his first time in such a situation, and he was anxious that something might go wrong. "The villains have cleared out, it's time to go," he announced. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 moved cautiously through the hallway toward the exit leading to the open grounds, with 𝐼𝐸 trailing behind. He pushed the door open and peeked outside. A few villains were scattered around, some engaged in conversation or training, while others simply observed. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 swallowed hard. Without his quirk, he could only rely on his strength and strategy if things went awry. He instructed 𝐼𝐸 to walk normally and not to run, and she nodded, her green eyes scanning the area warily. They fully opened the door, and no one seemed to notice them. "So far, so good," he whispered. They navigated through the crowd of villains, careful to avoid any collisions. 𝐼𝐸 felt a pang of sympathy as she watched the training up close. Many of the kids were pushing themselves just like she did, and the intensity of their training was evident. She winced when she saw someone accidentally hurt themselves. Why are they trying so hard to get stronger? She wondered aloud. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 shared her thoughts. It was strange how these villains seemed almost like tamed animals. He had observed them for so long that he was beginning to feel the effects. This place reminded him of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷, where he often watched Izuku teach with respect, as if he were a superior. The question lingered in his mind. Why did they treat him that way when they were clearly stronger? They reached the end of the training grounds and slipped to the left exit, where the metal hatch was located, just beside where the 6 leaders had departed. Now, it's time to grab someone for interrogation, he said. However, that turned out to be a mistake. What are you two doing out here? A voice called out, freezing them in place. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 recognized the voice immediately. Mrs. Midoriya? 𝐒𝐮𝐬 asked, their backs turned to the chubby woman. They heard the ominous click of a gun being readied. Place your hands in the air, heroes, she commanded. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt tears welling up. She couldn't reconcile the image of 𝐒𝐮𝐬 with the gun pointed at them. A flash of 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐽 smiling while committing acts of violence invaded her mind. She raised her hands in the air, mirroring 𝗟𝗱𝗧𝗟𝗘's earlier gesture. The pro-hero addressed Mrs. Midoriya, pleading with her as they finally faced the woman. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 appeared calm, as if holding a weapon were a normal occurrence. She expressed her determination, stating that she would do this for her son. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 understood that nothing would sway her resolve. The villains around them watched with unreadable expressions. In that moment, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 realized they had failed. Their last chance to escape had turned to ashes. He tried to reason with 𝐒𝐮𝐽, knowing how difficult this was for her, but she was unwavering. Then, a gunshot echoed through the underground lair, silencing everyone and halting all movement. A bullet grazed 𝗟𝗱𝗧's cheek. 𝐒𝐮𝐽's voice turned cold and serious as she declared that she had had enough of being mocked for raising her son. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 held back her tears, her head bowed in fear. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 bit his lip, recalling the years he had watched Izuku grow up. He had cried during his son's missions, worried whenever he went missing, and felt anguish when he returned home after battles. It was painful to see a child grow up in such a harsh environment. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 glared at them, tears staining her cheeks as she vowed never to abandon her child or forgive those who had harmed him. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 pieced together the truth. He realized who she was, the Green Reaper. 𝐒𝐮𝐽's expression softened as she smiled and nodded, wiping her tears with her sleeve while still aiming the gun at them. She told them they needed to return to their rooms and apologized, especially to Tsuyu, urging her not to be afraid. 𝗟𝗱𝗧 attempted to get 𝐒𝐮𝐽's attention by banging on the window. Mitsuki, confused, turned to retrieve her phone from her pocket, hearing the banging from inside the house. She noticed a young man standing at the window, his half-red, half-white hair unfamiliar to her. 𝗟𝗱𝗧 finally caught her attention, but she looked puzzled. He hurried back inside the room to find paper and a pen, writing down a message. Mitsuki watched him scribble, wondering how someone like him could be trapped in the Midoriya household. She instructed him to write down his phone number, pointing at her phone. Relieved to find his phone in his back pocket, 𝗟𝗱𝗧 jotted down his number and showed it to her. Mitsuki typed it in and began dialing. When he answered, she asked who he was and what he was doing there. He introduced himself as 𝗟𝗱𝗧 Todoroki, a classmate of Bakugou and Midoriya, and explained that he was waiting for Izuku to come home for a talk. However, he couldn't reveal the truth about his situation. After a moment of silence, Mitsuki decided to call 𝐒𝐮𝐽, thinking it might be another villain problem. She disconnected the call and dialed 𝐒𝐮𝐽's number. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐮𝐽 held the gun, aimed at the pro-hero. She didn't want to do this, but felt she had no choice. Guilt washed over her as she saw 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 trembling in fear. Just then her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she smiled and answered, recognizing Mrs. Bakugou's voice. Mitsuki informed her about the boy locked in her house and urged her to return home quickly. 𝐒𝐮𝐽's heart filled with hope as she realized they might have a chance to escape. After ending the call, she warned 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 and 𝐒𝐮𝐽 not to attempt to escape again, stating that she would call for reinforcements to keep an eye on them. With that, she left. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 sighed in dismay, feeling crushed by the lost opportunity. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 expressed her fear, leaning against the wall. They soon encountered 2 teens with black hair who introduced themselves as 𝗂𝐬𝐷, also known as Sharp Kill and Minoru, called black spots. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was shocked to see Minoru, who looked nothing like the boy he remembered from 𝐒𝐮𝐬. He had transformed into a villain. Minoru greeted 𝐒𝐮𝐬 with disdain, likely harboring resentment for being expelled from Class 1. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was equally stunned, realizing that not only her friends but also Minoru had turned to villainy. Kurita explained that they would watch over 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 until their plan commenced at the sports festival, smirking as he mentioned the chaos that would ensue. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt a sense of dread about the plan, knowing it would not end well. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 commented on the twisted nature of their group, noting that they were indeed a family of 𝐼𝐻𝐻s, harbingers of despair. It was an intriguing thought, she mused, as they prepared for their rise to power. Toru peered through her binoculars, questioning if they had arrived at the right location. Shinso confirmed that they were at the underground hero's lair, mentioning that while it was easy to enter using Kana's quirk, they still had no idea where Izuku was located. Ochako expressed her curiosity about Midoriya, acknowledging his unpredictability. Perseus, fiddling with the water in a bottle held by Mimic, wondered what their next move should be. Mimic hissed at him to stop, fearing a spill. Riptide, with a mischievous grin, decided to spray everyone with water, causing a flurry of surprised reactions. Perseus chuckled, enjoying his dry state amidst the chaos. Mimic, one of the students at 𝐸, had honed his ability to copy quirks over 3 years of training with Izuku. He could now use a copied quirk for almost an hour, though he had to wait an hour before copying another. Standing with the other 5 leaders, he observed the hero's lair from atop a mountain, his blonde hair ruffling in the wind. Nito Monoma, who had once seemed unlikely to become a villain, reflected on the harsh truth of his past. The memories of a traumatic incident lingered in his mind, and while he didn't harbor hatred for heroes, he certainly didn't love them either. The pain of being saved by a villain was a memory he could not shake. Monoma glared at the hidden lair, knowing that inside was their true hero, Izuku Midoriya. No matter how weak he felt, Izuku would always be the leader and mastermind of the 𝐼𝐻𝐻s. The loyalty of every 𝐼𝐻𝐻s stemmed from the hope, power, and sense of belonging he provided. The impending chaos and downfall of the hero era was a shared longing, one that Izuku would do everything to fulfill, not just his own will, but the will of all the 𝐼𝐻𝐻s. Monoma mused about their debt to their 𝐼𝐻𝐻s, while Hitoshi remarked that repaying him would require sacrifice. Ochako pondered the loyalty of everyone in the lair, and Monoma suggested that the past was better left unexamined, hinting that they could always ask Izuku directly. Perseus expressed his curiosity about the events of 10 years ago. Kana, busy hacking into the base, pointed out the state of her clothes, prompting Perseus to tease her further. Hitoshi noted that the radar was nearly a meter away from the base, thanks to Toru's quirk, and Ochako expressed pride in her friend's abilities. However, Kana explained that 5 shield sensors protected the base, and they had only managed to hack 2. As they ventured deeper, the remaining sensors would reveal their location, regardless of their invisibility. Perseus leaned closer to Kana's phone, impressed by its capabilities. She explained that it was created by 𝐻𝐻𝐻, their mad mechanical prodigy. The group began to joke about each other's quirks, playfully labeling each other with humorous titles. Monoma watched his team banter and laugh, feeling a sense of belonging he had never experienced before. He had no regrets about joining this second family, knowing he owed them much. Toru leaned against the wall of the enemy base, observing heroes moving in and out without noticing her. She questioned her purpose in this mission, but thanks to 𝐻𝐻𝐻, her suit allowed her to turn invisible. The radar she carried was safely tucked away in her pocket. As she hugged her knees and gazed at the sky, a sudden voice startled her. It was her principal, Nedzu, who had spotted her. Toru quickly stood and addressed him, feeling a mix of anxiety and surprise. Nedzu, with his keen eyes, recognized her as a lost child and instructed her to follow him. In a swift motion, Toru threw the radar as far as she could, hoping it would remain undetected. Without the radar, she believed they couldn't trace her friends. Later, Toru found herself in an interrogation room, cold 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 on her wrists. The famous detective Nakamura stood before her, ready to question her about her actions. On all fours, the character expressed deep remorse for their situation, feeling trapped in the anime world once again after spending hours watching and reading. They lamented their lack of sleep and the neglect of their responsibilities as an author, feeling they deserved punishment for their actions. They urged everyone to engage with their work, emphasizing the importance of feedback. The character adjusted their glasses and surveyed the chaotic papers scattered around the room, announcing a serious meeting. They had been contemplating the creation of a second book in the series titled The Number Ones, The Future's Past, explaining that the first book was merely the beginning of a larger story. Although they had intended to finish the entire narrative after the conclusion of another series, it seemed impossible, so they would continue in the second book. The first book was approaching its climax, and the character noted the increasing complexity of the storyline, particularly regarding the past and character developments. They mentioned a surprising twist involving Monoma and the 6 leaders, assuring readers that the second book would clarify any confusion. The 3 main characters were introduced: Izuku Midoriya, a genius with a passion for villainy, who aimed to become the #1 villain while protecting his beloved mother, 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Katsuki Bakugou, a powerful and loud teenager striving to be the #1 hero, whose every action was driven by a longing to grow stronger, and Shudo Todoroki, the top student in his class, who struggled with emotional understanding and was pursued by authorities for his past actions. The narrative shifted to a tense scene where Kana observed Toru's unknown location, revealing that she had been taken into a base. ♯, using binoculars, noted that the principal had taken her in, acknowledging the principal's hidden power. The group discussed their plan to rescue Toru, with Kana working to break through security measures while the others prepared for their roles in the operation. As the plan unfolded, ♯directed his team, emphasizing the importance of concentration and coordination. They executed their strategy with precision, floating above the ground and avoiding detection as they made their way to the roof. Once there, they prepared to enter the building through a vent, with ♯taking the lead. Inside, ♯ navigated the tight space, communicating with Kana about the security room's location. He encountered 2 guards, swiftly taking control of one's mind to manipulate the situation. The tension escalated as one guard was compelled to turn on the other, resulting in chaos. ♯ instructed the controlled guard to erase all records and disable security measures, setting a fire to ensure their escape. Kana remarked on ♯'s ruthlessness, recognizing that their plan aligned with Izuku's larger scheme. The group was ready to execute their escape, with ♯ confirming their readiness for the next phase of their mission. "Mimic in," Monoma announced. "Defying in," Ochako replied. "Riptide in," Perseus mumbled. He jumped from the vent and pressed the lockdown button before grabbing a chair and starting to dismantle the security room. He warned everyone to be cautious of the fire and informed Kana that it was safe to enter. He then instructed everyone to meet on the 2nd floor, advising them to disable any heroes they encountered and to be wary of Toru. "Be careful, everyone," he cautioned. Night Eye had a firm grip on the young villain's neck, and Izuku struggled to breathe. Midnight shouted for him to stop, attempting to pry the crazed pro-hero away from the child. Night Eye was fixated on the future, his grip tightening as Izuku gasped for air. Pain surged through Izuku's chest and neck, and tears began to form in his eyes as his consciousness started to fade. He managed to utter that heroes were too naive and that even if he died, the future would not change. Suddenly, alarms blared, jolting Night Eye from his actions. Midnight exclaimed in confusion, and Night Eye released his hold on the villain. He reflected on his attempts to alter the future, which had yielded no results. Explosions echoed from above, shaking the entire base. Izuku whispered All Might's name, realizing that the hero was present. Night Eye's realization prompted him to shout for All Might to protect Izuku. Chaos erupted as heroes questioned why their allies were attacking them, suspecting mind control and the presence of villains. Night Eye stared at the gasping villain before him, questioning how he knew that many heroes were dispatched for action and how he was aware of the hidden base's weakened state. Izuku coughed, acknowledging the near-death experience he had just endured. He explained that the sports festival was a clue and that sometimes it was difficult to discern heroes from villains based on their actions. True understanding required seeing their hearts. As the chapter unfolded, the tension among Class 1A grew. With the sports festival approaching, every student was focused on training and development, though the recent disappearance of Mr. Izuku and 𝐒𝐮𝐲 weighed heavily on their minds. Bakugou Katsuki felt anxious and uneasy, sensing that the festival was heading in the wrong direction. Frustrated, he punched a nearby post, realizing that while training was important, he was more concerned about everyone's safety. Nezu had informed him that Izuku had been captured, a notion that seemed impossible to him. Taking a deep breath, he moved toward the beach, recalling the time spent training with his childhood friend. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Katsuki threw his bag onto the sand and began to stretch. With his mind focused on training, he enjoyed using his sweat to propel himself into the air, experimenting with tactics and strategies he had learned from Izuku. Hours passed, and he eventually decided to head home. His parents greeted him as usual, but he ignored his mother's complaints and headed straight to his room. Slumping onto his bed, he gazed at the All Might poster on the wall, reminding himself that the former #1 hero was no longer in that position. He couldn't accept 𝗟𝗶𝐸 as the new top hero, it just didn't sit right with him. Katsuki clenched his fists, blaming Izuku for everything that had transpired. He sensed that Izuku was planning something that could shatter the peace and hope the heroes had built. Sleep eluded him as he tossed and turned, his mind racing. At 11:25 p.m., he sat up, pulled on a jacket, and opened his window. He jumped down to the lawn, landing silently on the grass. Ignoring the lack of shoes, he began to stretch and make his way toward the beach. The cold air was manageable as he practiced punches and kicks, accompanied by explosions and shockwaves. His body ached, but he pushed through, determined to train for the upcoming sports festival and clear his mind. Suddenly, he felt the sensation of being watched. He scanned his surroundings but saw no one. The sea breeze rustled his jacket, and sweat trickled down his neck as he continued to look around. Just as he was about to relax, he heard rustling from a nearby coconut tree. Instinctively, he jumped into a defensive stance, glaring at the source of the noise. "Come out," he called out. The figure behind the tree revealed himself, hands raised in surrender. It was 𝗏𝗏, stepping out from the shadows. Katsuki's anger flared at the sight of the one who had attacked All Might, but he refrained from attacking. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, filled with disdain. 𝗏𝗏 pleaded for help, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing his desperation as he sought answers from his mother. Curiosity indeed killed the cat. Katsuki lowered his shield for a moment and expressed his frustration, questioning why he should help someone who had harmed All Might. His anger surged as he confronted 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 attempted to plead for assistance, but Katsuki's response was swift and forceful. He lunged at 𝗏𝗏, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling across the rough sand. The impact left 𝗏𝗏 reeling, and he rolled several times before coming to a stop. Katsuki's fury intensified as he declared his intent to take revenge, propelling himself into the air towards 𝗏𝗏, who lay on the ground. 𝗏𝗏 winced from the pain in his stomach as Katsuki continued to kick him. Despite the punishment, he accepted it as deserved. The final kick sent 𝗏𝗏 crashing against a coconut tree, causing him to cough and spit out blood, his body protesting against the onslaught. Katsuki approached 𝗏𝗏, his expression a mix of hatred and something calmer in his eyes. 𝗏𝗏, leaning against the tree for support, revealed his urgent need to speak with his mother and pleaded for Katsuki's help just this once. Katsuki's glare remained, but he sensed sincerity in 𝗏𝗏's mismatched eyes. With a reluctant sigh, he agreed to help, pulling out his phone to call 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃 healer. After a brief conversation, Katsuki informed 𝗏𝗏 that help was on the way. Recovery Girl arrived shortly after, inspecting 𝗏𝗏's injuries and commenting on the damage he had sustained. Katsuki, still brimming with anger, remarked that he should have done more for 𝗏𝗏's actions. Recovery Girl dismissed his outburst, explaining that after using her quirk, 𝗏𝗏 would need proper first aid. As she worked on 𝗏𝗏, Katsuki took the opportunity to train. Suddenly his mother, Mitsuki, appeared, scolding him for his behavior and pulling his ears, prompting Katsuki to curse in frustration. Their exchange was filled with tension as they glared at each other, while 𝗏𝗏 observed silently, sighing at the familial dynamic. Recovery Girl intervened, reminding them of their purpose. Mitsuki suggested they call a cab to the hospital, insisting that she would accompany them. Katsuki protested, but Mitsuki firmly asserted her involvement, playfully squeezing his head in a show of affection. After hailing a taxi and arriving at the hospital, 𝐼𝐻𝐸 felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he stood before the building where his mother was kept. He couldn't shake the thoughts of how she would react upon seeing him. Would it be disgust, anger, or sadness? Mitsuki reassured him, encouraging him not to overthink the situation. Taking a deep breath, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 steeled himself for the visit ahead. Inside the hospital, Nea, 𝐻𝐻𝐸's mother, waited patiently. She expressed her willingness to stay as long as her children were safe. Toga, a blonde girl with a cheerful demeanor, interrupted, expressing her eagerness to meet Izuku, the one who had saved 𝐻𝐻𝐸's life. As Katsuki and the others navigated the hospital, they encountered Toga, who introduced herself with enthusiasm. Recovery Girl welcomed her presence, and they proceeded to 𝐻𝐻𝐸's mother's room. Katsuki, unable to contain his impatience, tapped his foot anxiously while 𝐻𝐻𝐸 leaned against the wall, bracing himself for whatever might come next. Toga, sitting beside Katsuki, inquired about his relationship with Mrs. Todoroki. Katsuki dismissed her question, while 𝐻𝐻𝐸 identified himself as her son. Toga shared that Mrs. Todoroki often spoke fondly of 𝐻𝐻𝐸, recounting her efforts to protect him. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 remained silent, grappling with a swirl of emotions, confusion, happiness, sadness, and anger, as the door to the room opened, revealing what lay ahead. Both Mitsuki and Recovery Girl stepped out of the room with gloomy expressions before they closed the door once again. Mitsuki faced 𝐻𝐻𝐸 and mentioned that they hadn't announced his arrival. She noted that their friend would be shocked to meet him after their visit. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 swallowed hard as he stood by the door, slowly opening it. Without hesitation, Katsuki urged 𝐻𝐻𝐸 to enter, giving him a nudge that sent him stumbling forward. To his surprise, instead of hitting the cold floor, he felt warm arms wrap around him. His mother pulled him into a hug, tears soaking his shirt. The sudden embrace left him momentarily frozen, unsure of how to respond. However, instinct took over, and happiness swelled in his heart as he wrapped his arms around her, crying tears of joy. Night Eye observed the chaos unfolding around him, aware of the young villains making their moves right before his eyes. He heard a voice calling for an escape, warning that the establishment was collapsing. Yet, his gaze was fixed on the empty bed where All Might should have been. All Might had vanished along with Izuku and the others, taken by the most dangerous villains who had just moments ago been locked away. Heroes were doing their best to recapture them but were overwhelmed by the sheer number of escapees. Fortunately, the villains struggled to work together. 50% had escaped, while 25% remained to fight, and the rest were captured or neutralized. For Night Eye, this was merely the beginning of an impending disaster. He foresaw that in 3 days, everything would vanish, and the Banes would take control of Japan. He fell to his knees, feeling as though he had lost everything. Midnight shook him, urging him to move as explosions and fighting erupted around them. She wrapped her arms around him, guiding him toward the emergency elevator. She insisted that he put aside what he had seen in Izuku's future for the time being, emphasizing their duty as heroes. Night Eye chuckled, expressing his doubts about the hero business, believing it would ultimately lead to destruction. Midnight glared at him, determined to save those who were still fighting for their lives. Back in the hospital, Mitsuki, Recovery Girl, and Nea were having a conversation. Nea stared at the blonde mother standing by the door, expressing her surprise at Mitsuki's visit after so many years. Mitsuki greeted her warmly, but Nea's response was filled with regret and shame. Mitsuki inquired about Nea's well-being, noting the 10 years she had spent isolated. Nea insisted she was fine, but Recovery Girl pointed out that the past had deeply affected her. Nea turned away, unable to confront the memories of the past. Mitsuki pressed her, asking if she regretted trying to save Izuku Midoriya. Nea shook her head, explaining that the events of 10 years ago were unimaginable. She described the horrors of children being experimented on and the toll it took on her mind. Mitsuki challenged her, questioning why she had sought Izuku's help if she couldn't bear the memories. Nea's eyes widened in shock as she explained that Izuku had offered her help, and she accepted it without hesitation, fully aware of the risks. Mitsuki accused her of being pathetic for asking Izuku to erase her children's quirks. Nea admitted her fear of her children being captured and used for experiments, expressing her exhaustion from the situation. Mitsuki clenched her fists in frustration, but Recovery Girl intervened, suggesting they leave. Mitsuki reminded Nea that her actions had led Izuku to consider something as drastic as erasing everyone's quirks, and that she had inadvertently aided a villain. Meanwhile, Toru joyfully announced their return home, while Ochako struggled to carry the unconscious All Might. Izuku smiled, affirming that All Might needed to live to witness their reign. He instructed them to take him to the emergency room for treatment. Eri welcomed Izuku back with a hug, and he complimented her growth since he had saved her from her father years ago. Eri expressed her gratitude for being part of their family. 𝗟𝐿 reported that everything was secured, detailing their control over professional doctors and weapons across Asia. He mentioned plans to approach the Japanese military base the following day, assuring Izuku that they were monitoring other countries as well. Kana sighed as she lay in bed, contemplating the impending doom. She opened a golden locket given to her by her father, smiling at the picture of her parents lifting her into the air. The memory of their disappearance haunted her, and she recalled their words, filled with love and concern. Tears welled in her eyes as she remembered their fears of losing her. Just before her parents could greet her after her first day of school, they vanished, leaving behind nothing but ashes that she couldn't even search for. Ashes she wished she could have prayed for, ashes that 𝗏𝗏 had burned. After 3 years of living in an orphanage, Kana received a phone call. She approached the phone, feeling miserable, lonely, thin, and poor. As she picked up the call, she braced herself for insults or the possibility of being sold into another experiment. "Kana, it's me, Izuku Midoriya," the voice on the other end said. Izuku informed her that he would pick her up that night. Shortly after, the orphanage was seen burning under the moonlit sky. It was a miracle that all the children had disappeared in one night. The lonely kids watched as the orphanage was consumed by flames. Kana remarked to the green-haired boy that it wasn't necessary to burn down the orphanage. Izuku explained that it was known for abusing kids and that he felt compelled to destroy something, as villains often do. He pointed out how happy the children seemed now that the orphanage was gone, suggesting they were glad to be free. Kana, reflecting on her past, realized that Izuku was manipulating the minds of the youth for his own plans. However, he wasn't treating them poorly. He provided them with a home, food, and a purpose. She sighed, feeling conflicted. Kana decided to call Izuku again. After 3 rings, he answered. "What's wrong, Kana?" he asked. She mentioned 𝗏𝗏, and Izuku expressed regret about capturing him. Kana smiled and declared that she no longer intended to capture or harm him. Instead, she wanted 𝗏𝗏 to understand the pain of losing everything, just as she had. The heroes were devastated after the recent events at their lair. The government and the heroes faced a tough decision: either cancel the sports fest or attempt to help the underground lair recover after 3 days. The students of 𝐒𝐮𝐬 were eager for the sports fest, each doing their best to prepare. Though the breakdown of the underground jails wasn't broadcasted, the television announced that the town was unsafe for a while, leading to a city lockdown. The areas around the hero lair were secured and evacuated to facilitate the recapture of the villains. They believed that with the help of every hero, they could reclaim control after 3 days, but the Banes were already making their move in the shadows. 𝗏𝗏 infiltrated the Japanese military, preparing to seize control after 2 days and counting the number of weapons they had. Meanwhile, Kana was taking notes on the council, monitoring their every move alongside the heroes. Ochako practiced handling gravity with multiple objects for the upcoming fight, while 𝗏𝗧𝗏 worked diligently on a new weapon she could be proud of. Izuku was in his laboratory, creating more of his serum with a smile. Everyone had their tasks, and even 𝗏𝗏 was busy with training. Katsuki slammed his fists on the principal's table, expressing his frustration. After exiting the hospital, 𝗏𝗏 had explained how he and his mother had finally talked things through, but he remained confused about her demeanor. The following day, he learned from the principal that the 𝐼𝐻𝐻 had attacked the heroes' underground base without the public's knowledge, leaving him irritated that they couldn't intervene. Katsuki questioned why they would continue with the sports fest amidst such chaos. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 listened, pouring green tea into his cup. Katsuki vented his anger, feeling that the pro-heroes were playing right into the enemy's hands. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sipped his tea, knowing that only a few were aware of All Might's capture. He had witnessed the attack firsthand, and the overwhelming quirk of the assailants left him powerless to do anything but assist the wounded. The villains had vanished without a trace, and he was the only one who emerged unscathed from the chaos. Katsuki continued to rant about the decision to proceed with the sports fest, insisting it was foolish. He turned to leave, warning that they would regret it later. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 understood that the final decision was flawed, especially for those who knew about the 𝐼𝐻𝐻s. Only a small percentage of pro-heroes were aware of them, as the 𝐼𝐻𝐻s operated in secrecy, forging documents and hiding behind known villains while threatening anyone who dared to speak their name. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 leaned back in his chair, sighing deeply. The heroes were no more. 𝗟𝗃𝐿 stared at his hands, feeling a weight in his heart. His mother had acknowledged him, but he was left feeling more confused than ever. When he asked her about being a hero, she denied it, shutting him down. He needed answers, but time was running out. 𝗟𝗃𝐿 knocked on the door of the Midoriya household. The door opened almost immediately, revealing 𝐒𝐮𝐽, who greeted him with a warm smile. 𝗟𝗃𝐿 felt at ease in her home, knowing he was always welcome there. No one pressured him to become the #1 hero, nor did anyone try to confine him due to his troubled past. He had no intention of returning home. However, he missed his older siblings dearly. As 𝐒𝐮𝐽 led him into the kitchen and served him warm food, he silently hoped his siblings were doing well and that their father would leave them in peace. He also wished that his mother would eventually open up about their past. He loved her deeply, but the guilt he carried weighed heavily on him, and he believed he could only find relief if she shared her truths. 𝗟𝗃𝐿 glanced at his hands. His right hand could unleash flames that had harmed many, while his left hand could create ice that shattered hope, leaving despair in its wake. Both hands had been involved in actions he regretted. Despite knowing that Izuku was behind much of the chaos, he felt responsible for his part in it. That realization fueled his determination to take action. 𝗟𝗪𝐬 observed the situation below their cage, where the villains stood in 10 straight lines, each containing 30 individuals, arranged from youngest to oldest, or rather, weakest to strongest. The pro-hero was no longer surprised by such displays. He had watched them for so long that he understood the frightening loyalty they had toward their leader. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 stood beside him, her expression wary and anxious, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Only 2 leaders were present before the lined villains, Defying and Mimic, along with the head of the 𝐼𝐻𝐻s, Izuku Midoriya. The villain fanboy smiled as he addressed the gathered crowd, his demeanor a mix of happiness and excitement. Izuku began by acknowledging the suffering the 𝐼𝐻𝐻s had endured under society's rules. His smile faded into a serious expression as he declared that everything would change the following day. He walked among the young villains, ranging from 7 to 20 years old, and spoke of their families' intent to take over everything, leaving nothing for the heroes. He paused before a child no older than 8, who clutched a teddy bear and wore a school uniform. The child looked up at Izuku with determination, prompting a smile and a gentle pat on the head from the villain leader. Izuku continued, emphasizing that the 𝐼𝐻𝐻s would rise to the light, regardless of their past sins. They would show no mercy to those who did not pledge loyalty to their cause. As he moved among them, his gaze scrutinized each young face. He spoke of the warmth shared among villains and how they supported one another against their adversaries. However, he warned that those who failed to learn would be cast aside, mere livestock in his eyes. Izuku proclaimed that while being a villain was a sin, they were sinners driven by a thirst for power, revenge, and satisfaction. He opened his arms wide, declaring them the 𝐼𝐻𝐻s of equality, harbingers of despair destined to create a new order. 𝗟𝗪𝐬 found himself in disbelief at the words he heard. Izuku's speech was filled with conviction and determination, yet he recognized the manipulation at play. The children, so easily influenced, were being brainwashed. They viewed Izuku as a father figure, a brother, and a leader, someone who provided the attention and affection they craved. The truth of Izuku's choice to ally with children became clear to 𝐼𝐻𝐬. The young ones saw him as a mentor, someone to whom they could look up. They felt a bond with him, and perhaps, they were simply seeking revenge against the heroes. But what? 5 hours earlier, Ochako had been filled with excitement, clapping her hands together. Ishido encouraged her enthusiasm, sharing in the anticipation for the upcoming sports fest. However, the absence of Azui, Shuto, and Toru cast a shadow over their excitement. Katsuki, on the other hand, was frustrated. He kept trying to silence Ichiro and Denki, who were buzzing about the event. He had no intention of sharing his concerns about the impending doom he sensed, preferring to keep that to himself. Ichiro teased Katsuki about his likely victory, which earned a chuckle from Denki. Katsuki mumbled that it wasn't entirely a lie, but he was still irritated. Ishido pointed out that Ochako was tough and could hold her own. Ochako then lamented the absence of Shuto, wishing he were there to compete. Her comment brought a somber mood to the room as they recalled the events at 𝐼𝐻𝐬. In a panic, she apologized, bowing her head in regret. Momo reassured her, and Ida echoed that the teachers had deemed it an accident. Katsuki's annoyance grew as he watched his classmates dwell on the past. Frustrated, he slammed his table and stood up, growling that they shouldn't dwell on it too much, as it was aggravating him. With that, he stormed away. Leaving the frozen expressions of Class 1A in shock and shame, Katsuki Bakugou stomped through the arena, his classmates trailing behind him. Their determination and joy only fueled his disgust. He knew this event would be a disaster, and even he couldn't predict what would happen next. The deafening cheers from the crowd and the overwhelming presence of heroes made him want to scream. They were all foolish for being there, except for him. As he glanced back, he spotted the opponents he would face, but none seemed worthy. They all appeared foolish in his eyes. Finally, when everyone was in position, Katsuki was called to the stage. His mind raced with thoughts of what to say. He had no intention of warning anyone. He climbed the small stage, grabbed the microphone, and glared at the audience. Gritting his teeth, he declared his intent to defeat the villains. The cheers from the crowd echoed loudly, irritating him further. His speech was a declaration of war directed at the villains hiding among the spectators and those watching from afar. He was certain a confrontation was imminent. After his speech, he dropped the microphone, creating a loud screech as it hit the ground. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue, thinking it was his way of getting back at the crowd for their deafening cheers. Soon enough, the sports festival began. Izuku Midoriya chuckled as he sat cross-legged in the empty waiting room of Class 1A. He had heard his childhood friend's announcement and planned to respond later. If Katsuki wanted a fight, he would oblige. Izuku contemplated what the future held, having already devised plans for 5 years ahead. He wondered if anyone or anything could stop them. The League of Villains was restless, eager to learn about their plans. Izuku hesitated to share, knowing the implications would affect everyone, including the villains. He smiled, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. This was their moment to reveal themselves. The announcement rang out, declaring Katsuki Bakugou as the first-place winner, and Izuku's smile widened. Katsuki breathed silently after the race. It had gone well, but he couldn't shake the feeling of anticipation regarding Izuku. He scanned the crowd, unable to spot him. Ichiro Kirishima approached, congratulating him, but Katsuki brushed it off, focusing instead on the next event, which he won easily. Meanwhile, Izuku sighed, knowing Katsuki had triumphed again. Without Shuto or himself in the race, victory was assured for Katsuki. However, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was also a contender, so Izuku decided to watch the match. He stepped out of the waiting room and took a seat at the edge of the viewing box assigned to Class 1A. From his vantage point, he noticed how on edge Katsuki was, scanning the crowd as if expecting something unexpected. It was rare to see Katsuki so nervous, and Izuku found it amusing. He leaned back in his chair, feeling relaxed as he watched, his mind clear and focused. Time felt both short and long. Night Eye stared at the ticking clock on the hospital wall, his thoughts in turmoil and his heart heavy. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 sat beside a glass of water, but he couldn't bring himself to take it, consumed by worries about the future. He reflected on the visions he had seen 3 days prior, a country desperately seeking safety and equality, filled with people who had pledged loyalty to a single figure or a powerful family. This nation had become a haven for the hopeless, blinded by the loss of their quirks and drawn to the villains who promised peace. The world was ruled by a malevolent force, cloaked in desires that seemed sweet and appealing. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 gasped, jolted from his thoughts. His assistant, Bubble Girl, looked at him with concern, having noticed his distress. It had been 3 days since he had slept, and all she could do was worry for him. She knew all too well that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was deeply connected to All Might. It was a relationship built on admiration and mentorship, perhaps even friendship. She sighed quietly as she observed her 𝗟𝗏 lost in thought. Bubble Girl picked up the glass of water along with the pill that had been sitting on the table for nearly 12 hours. She made her way to the door, casting one last glance at her weary 𝗟𝗏 before closing it softly. The next battle was imminent. Katsuki felt a thrill run down his spine as the announcer declared the highly anticipated one-on-one matches. The cheers from the crowd were deafening, ringing in his ears as he and his classmates made their way to their seats. They were caught off guard when Izuku raised his hand in greeting. Katsuki glared at the green-haired boy sitting at the edge of the seats, dressed in his usual attire. Most of the audience was confused, except for a few who had been planted as spies among them, feigning surprise. Mina pointed at Izuku, exclaiming that he was the villain Midnight had warned them about. The atmosphere shifted, tension filling the air. Denki questioned how someone recommended by All Might could be a villain, his voice trailing off as silence enveloped them. Everyone recognized the mind of the Banes, while poor Denki had slept through the entire discussion about them. Ignoring Denki, Ida stepped forward to shield the simmering Katsuki from attacking Izuku. He asked why Izuku was there, his expression serious and alert. Izuku innocently pointed to himself, claiming he was still a visitor at 𝐻𝐬, assigned to their class. The classmates exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Izuku shrugged off the tension and smiled, gesturing toward the match below, encouraging them to enjoy the show. There was a glint in his eyes as he declared that the war was on. Katsuki entered the waiting room, distancing himself from the distracting spectacle where his classmates sat with his childhood friend. He slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth in frustration. He knew his classmates were oblivious to the true meaning behind Izuku's words. A war was approaching, one that would impact everyone. Suddenly, the door opened, and an unexpected person took a seat at the table as if everything were normal. Katsuki growled in annoyance, demanding to know why 𝐻𝐬 was there. The half-and-half teen didn't even look up, casually waving his hand to dismiss the topic. Katsuki, however, was not convinced and glared at 𝐻𝐬 as if he were an obstacle in his path. 𝐻𝐬 finally looked up, acknowledging Katsuki's anger and assuring him that he wouldn't interfere. Their exchange ended in a tense staring contest. Before long, Katsuki reached the seats designated for the 𝐻𝐬 teachers. Despite his independent nature, he felt compelled to report the presence of the 2 unexpected visitors back in the waiting room. He vented to the principal, who listened with a smile alongside the other teachers. When the principal reminded him that they had 3 hostages, Katsuki was taken aback. He couldn't believe the principal was approving of the intruders. The longer he glared at the principal, the more uneasy he felt, as if he shouldn't trust him. With a frustrated click of his tongue, he turned away, muttering that the principal would regret his decision as he walked toward the stage. Just in time, Present Mike announced his name, and Katsuki cracked his knuckles, facing his opponent, who wore a mocking smile. The announcement of Hitoshi Shinso versus Katsuki Baku rang out clearly, though Katsuki was already aware of who he was up against. He walked to the starting point, locking eyes with his dangerous opponent, who initiated conversation. Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance as Shinso mentioned his connection to Izuku. Suddenly, Katsuki found himself frozen, unable to move or respond, trapped in his own mind. Shinso approached him with his hands in his pockets, casually explaining that this was his quirk. He assured Katsuki that he wouldn't be harmed, but then pulled out a syringe and swiftly injected its contents into Katsuki's neck. The crowd began to murmur, shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Present Mike fell silent, realizing that weapons were not permitted in the arena, yet he was just as stunned as everyone else. As chaos threatened to erupt, all the screens lit up, displaying a picture of All Might lying in a bed in an unfamiliar room. The audience watched in awe, their expressions resembling that of loyal puppies gazing at their Izuku, with an arm around his childhood friend, commented on how cute the scene was, while Katsuki remained unable to move. 𝗫𝐵, flicking the syringe back into his pocket, remarked that heroes were still heroes, eliciting a laugh from Izuku. Really? I doubt half of them can fight without a quirk, one character remarked, poking Katsuki playfully on the cheek. Well, this guy here can and will fight even without a quirk, but that would be boring. Soon enough, they began to move, shouting and urging the villain to release their hope. But then, confusion arose. Izuku observed the scene and asked if everyone was struggling. He noticed the worried expressions on their faces, questioning what they had lost. With a bright smile that masked his true feelings, he reassured them. Amidst the chaos, Nedzu sat quietly, reflecting on his transformation. His hands were no longer white and furry, they were human. No longer a mix of rat, bear, and dog, he had become a human. As he looked around, he saw the despair etched on the faces of those around him, each person grappling with the absence of their quirks. They were troubled, searching for answers about their condition and the world around them. Nedzu's gaze shifted to the arena, where he spotted the green-haired villain below, a child with a bright smile. This child had erased the quirks of everyone, bringing a sense of equality to the world. Nedzu pondered whether this act was villainous or heroic. Perhaps the child was a hero who had liberated those who suffered because of their quirks, just as Nedzu had. He looked up toward the heavens, feeling a sense of determination. He knew he would follow Izuku. In a world where quirks had suddenly vanished, a 2-year-old genius sat on an alphabet carpet, observing the television with an unusual intensity. The images displayed events happening around the globe, and he watched silently, his mind focused on understanding rather than feeling. He questioned why humanity depended on quirks, something they had not earned. Why should those who did not choose their quirks suffer from weakness? The answer was painfully clear. Humanity was inherently weak, seeking power and strength. True strength came from hard work and training, not from innate abilities. He believed that everyone was born equal with different talents, but not with quirks. As the war raged between heroes and villains, the heroes seemed lost, their will to fight diminished by confusion. They resembled lost animals, searching for direction. The main villain spread his arms wide, embracing the despair that filled the air. He taunted the heroes, questioning their next move and mocking their apparent longing to escape. His voice echoed through the stadium, amplified by a microphone connected to the speakers. He revealed that their quirks were permanently erased, a fact that sent waves of despair through the heroes and the audience alike. Military helicopters hovered above, bringing in a wave of villains. In a swift motion, Katsuki regained his composure and launched a powerful punch, sending one of the villains flying. Izuku watched with a smile, urging Katsuki to unleash his power. Yet, Katsuki hesitated, feeling the weight of memories holding him back. Instead of unleashing his quirk, he clenched his fist in frustration, confronting his childhood friend. But before he could reach Izuku, the young villains descended, armed and ready. Katsuki found himself overwhelmed, unable to protect Izuku as the villains advanced. The 6 leaders joined the fray, and the heroes who still had the will to fight clashed with the armed villains. One of the villains expressed frustration over the restrictions placed on their actions, questioning why they couldn't act more decisively. All they knew was that Izuku had a plan, one that remained a mystery to them. Static Glitch expressed her thoughts after teleporting beside the sleep-deprived teen. 𝐿 floated toward them, accompanied by Mimic and Black Spots, who clung to her armored legs. The sound of her metal armor clinking against the arena floor echoed as she landed, causing the 2 parasites to tumble down. Mimic, pushing himself up, declared that they needed to dominate their opponents and enforce their laws for a satisfactory outcome. Static Glitch inquired about the whereabouts of the other 3, to which Black Spots replied that they were occupied with something unknown but assured them they could manage without assistance. He emphasized that he was there to report and help. The three leaders exchanged skeptical looks, clearly unimpressed. 𝗀𝐻𝐸 sarcastically thanked Riptide for his helpful input as they began to wrap things up. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝐻𝐸 held an empty syringe in his right hand, struggling to breathe as pain coursed through his body. He recognized the effects of the unknown liquid inside the syringe, realizing that exposure to the 𝐒𝐻𝐸 would soon take its toll. Eventually, he collapsed into one of the seats, the syringe his mother had given him tightly clenched in his hand. Earlier at the hospital, Naya had presented 𝗏𝐸 with a syringe filled with a dark blue liquid, assuring him it was a parting gift meant to help him the next day. When he hesitated, she encouraged him to remember to use it when he was alone. She explained that she had taken it from Midoriya just before she had decided to confine herself to the hospital. It was an incomplete anti-𝐒𝐻𝐸, and she urged him to use it, knowing Midoriya would erase everyone's quirks the following day. 𝗏𝐸 felt the warmth of his mother's embrace, a comfort he had missed for a long time. Although it felt awkward, it was oddly reassuring. She expressed her uncertainty about their future meetings and urged him to take care of himself. Riptide stood at the top of the bleachers, observing the chaos unfold. Unseen tugged on his jacket, insisting they needed to meet up with the others. He shook his head, telling her to go ahead while he would catch up later. As she turned invisible, she asked if he felt guilty, sensing his unease. Riptide admitted he felt out of place, and despite her invisibility, he could feel her gaze on him. She encouraged him to say goodbye, reminding him that everyone would miss him. In the darkness of the tunnel leading to the stadium, Izuku sat alone, his eyes dull and empty. The sounds of battle echoed around him as he leaned against the cold wall, eventually sitting on the floor and covering his face with his hands, sobbing. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he felt lost, questioning his purpose as a villain. He realized that his ambitions were naive, rooted in childhood fantasies of ruling the world and erasing quirks. Katsuki's voice echoed through the tunnel, mocking Izuku for his state. Surprised, Izuku wiped his tears and acknowledged Katsuki's survival. Katsuki, still determined, warned Izuku that this was not the end and took a fighting stance despite his injuries. Izuku laughed, retrieving his daggers, and the two began to spar, exchanging blows and dodging each other's attacks. They managed to inflict minor scratches on one another before stepping back, breathless. Suddenly, the tunnel shook violently, and a woman's voice urged them to run. Midnight swooped in, grabbing Katsuki and fleeing with Present Mike and an older man with white hair and a scar over his right eye. As they passed Izuku, he watched in disbelief, and Katsuki shouted his determination to confront Izuku again. Izuku smiled, feeling a mix of emotions as he prepared for what lay ahead. Your comments were lively and often brought laughter and smiles. Thank you, everyone. Book 1 has just concluded, and excitement is building to start the second book. There's a question of whether to edit the entire first book before diving into the new one. Additionally, there's uncertainty about including the mother's perspective, as writing from different characters' viewpoints has been challenging. A vote is in order. Readers can express their preferences. If they want the mother's perspective published alongside the future arc every Tuesday, they should comment with their favorite color. Alternatively, if they prefer to see the future arc published twice a week, on both Tuesday and Wednesday, they can comment with their favorite type of pet. Votes will be counted by Monday, so it's important to leave a comment. How is the book? Does it resonate? The ending was explosive, encapsulated by a simple okay. It may seem confusing, but an explanation would be lengthy, covering everything from beginning to end. In conclusion, Izuku is grappling with his feelings about being a villain. His motivations stem from watching television and other influences. Unlike typical villains who are driven by past traumas, Izuku sees cleverness and intelligence in villainy, which inspires him to aspire to be the top villain. Katsuki struggles to confront Izuku. The reason lies in their deep bond as childhood friends, filled with shared memories. Both aim to become as strong as possible, and their ambitions led them to become best friends. However, things changed in junior high when Izuku began to pursue his own path to claim the world. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬 remains focused on his goal of seeking forgiveness from 𝐼𝐻𝐬, the only person deeply affected by his past actions. The guilt he carries weighs heavily on him, and he believes that one act of forgiveness could restore his humanity. That wraps up the conclusions. But first, here's a brief introduction from the author. Name 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬. Country, Philippines. Age, 15. Birthday, June 10. Status, single. Gender, pansexual woman. Favorite foods, cakes, chocolates, and meat. Music preferences, a mix of rock, metal, punk, emo, and cute Japanese songs, along with some pop and C-pop. Apologies for not knowing many famous Western pop singers. I recognize the songs but not the names. As for style, my closet is filled with black and gray clothes, a nod to mourning. What about you? If you feel like sharing, I'd love to know more about my readers. Your name might even make it into Book 2 of the Number Ones. Thank you for reading, and don't forget to check out Book 2 next week. Remember to cast your vote. It would be greatly appreciated. The Number Ones, future arc is out. See you in Book 2. 𝐻𝐻𝐬, known by her villain name Static Glitch, was a 15-year-old with a unique quirk called Glitch. This ability allowed her to manipulate her surroundings as if they were part of a computer program. She could pause, stop, rewind, or play with objects and living beings, but using her powers for more than 5 seconds would leave her feeling nauseous and with a headache. Through rigorous training under her master, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 learned to control her quirk across 2 different dimensions. She could visualize a location and glitch herself there, similar to teleportation, as long as she had a clear image in her mind. For instance, if she imagined her own bedroom, she could transport herself and up to 3 others to that exact spot.